This is a CBC News special presentation.
Here in Toronto, St. Paul's, voters have picked the Liberals for 3 decades. But under a monumental shift in the polls, this 416 riding, where Justin Trudeau has never lost a seat, is at the center of a federal fight.
I'm very eager for change.
I voted Liberal. I won't vote for anybody whose policy so far seems to burn the house down.
Mr. Trudeau will be quaking in his boots. It's just time.
A dozen cabinet ministers on the hustings, leaders making trips to the riding. This one by-election seen as an important test, a test of the Conservative strength in Canada's biggest city, a test of the enduring popularity of a 3-term Prime Minister. Now the votes have been cast. Tonight, we're here with you until we know who's won, guiding you through every consequence this vote could have. Canada votes. It's by-election night. Good evening, everyone. I'm David Cochrane in Ottawa. Florida leads 1-0, but tonight, Canada votes. It's by-election night in Toronto, St. Paul's, and rarely has a by-election garnered the sort of attention that today's vote has. So we are here all night as the votes are counted to help you make sense of the shifting political landscape in this country. We have a team in the riding tonight, including the CBC's Ithil Musa, who is with the Liberals, and Chris Glover at Conservative Party headquarters. We're going to start there. So, Ithil, let's start with you. Give us a sense of the campaign the Liberals have run up to this point.
Yeah, you know, Leslie Church is certainly not a household name, but some very big Liberal names have been door knocking in her riding to shore up support. People like Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland, Cabinet Ministers Anita Anand, Harjit Sajjan, Francois-Philippe Champagne. They have all been trying to get support for Church and, you know, trying to continue and make sure that this riding remains red. It has been a Liberal stronghold for more than 30 years. Former Cabinet Minister Carolyn Bennett represented this riding for 26 years. During her last, federal election, she won her seat by more than 20 points. But today, I spoke to a volunteer with Leslie Church's campaign who said they are cautiously optimistic. So the expectations a little bit tempered, perhaps speaking to the fact that there is some acknowledgement that this could tonight be a close race. Now, this riding, Toronto-St. Paul's, it's made up of some of Toronto's wealthiest neighborhoods in the city, but there are also plenty of renters. About 60% of the people that live here are renters. So, housing affordability is a big issue here. Cost of living crisis, that's what some people have been talking about. I spoke to some voters this afternoon on the street. Some say they are continuing to vote Liberal. I spoke to one gentleman who said that he will be voting Conservative because the financial situation for him has just gotten to a breaking point. It's also important to mention that according to Stats Canada, their 2021 census, about the riding represents a 5th largest proportion of Jewish residents in the country. David, that's important because many members of Toronto's Jewish community have expressed dissatisfaction with the Liberal government's response to the October 7th attacks, specifically their support of Israel after Hamas's attacks. So, voters here today, David, have said, look, if the Liberals can't secure this seat, it might be time for Trudeau to step down.
Okay, Ithil, thank you so much. That's the CBC's Ithil Musa. And the cheering you heard there, folks, it's not for Ithil. The Oilers have tied it up. It's now 1-1 with 13 minutes left, though I'm sure they will cheer for Ithil once the results start to come in. We're going to swing over to Chris Glover now. Chris is with the Conservative campaign. So, Chris, I don't know if you're going to get any cheers, but we'll keep an eye on the hockey game, which is going on behind you. Let's talk about Don Stewart. What sort of a campaign has a Conservative candidate run in this particular race?
Well, just like Ithel was reporting there, Don Stewart has also had a lot of national presence here in the riding, helping with his campaign. Pierre Poilievre, the deputy leader, Melissa Lantsman, as well as the former leader, Andrew Scheer. They've all been here helping campaign, especially because he is a rookie politician, never run before, but he is connected with the party. He had worked at a lobbying firm that's done some work with federal conservative politicians, and he also has a background in financial services, and some on his campaign are telling me that they hope that his financial chops help to sway voters at a time when affordability issues are so top of mind. And as Ithel was reporting there at the Liberal campaign, the Conservatives are also singling in on the war in Gaza. And the campaign here is telling me that Pierre Poilievre's unequivocal support for Israel is one of the things that they're noticing is helping their campaign, especially in a riding like this one with such a large Jewish population, underscored by the fact that the campaign party tonight, David, is here at a Jewish-owned restaurant. And while I've been speaking with people in the room tonight, they say certainly they're hopeful for a win, but many of them also saying, realistically speaking, they're just excited to see such momentum in a riding that has been such a stronghold for the Liberals, and especially considering the fact that the Conservative Party has not won a single Toronto riding in the last 3 general elections. So making inroads in this riding tonight would be a big deal for the Conservatives here.
Okay, Chris, thank you so much. That's the CBC's Chris Glover in Toronto. We're going to be checking in with Chris and Ithel throughout the evening as we get results. Those are the top 2 candidates. We're going to take a look at some of the other candidates and one unusual thing about tonight's vote that could affect how this whole night plays out. The major parties are all running candidates here: the Liberals, the Conservatives, the NDP, the Greens, and the People's Party. But voters in Toronto St. Paul's were met with a very different looking ballot when they walked into the voting booth.
I've never seen a ballot that long in my life.
And it took a while to scan through to find who you wanted.
Courtesy the longest ballot committee. This ballot will be nearly a meter long with 84 names on it. They're mostly independents, mostly signed up by the same team. It's a protest against Canada's first past the post voting system, and Elections Canada has already warned that tonight it could make the counting slow. Okay, so 84 candidates. The ballot is long, and despite all of that, this is widely seen as a race between those top 2 candidates that we highlighted there. So we brought in our political pulse panel, who will be with us all night, and we mean all night because of that ballot as the results come in, no matter how slow the count. Greg McEachern is a former Liberal ministerial staffer. Melanie Richer is a former Director of Communications for the federal NDP. And Fred Delory is a former National Campaign Manager for the Conservative Party. Okay, Greg, 84 names. Let's start with number 63. No, I'm just kidding. Look, this is a Liberal seat. This should be a Liberal cakewalk, and it's probably going to be a Liberal nail-biter, is the expectation. How are you feeling tonight? What's your sense of what's going to happen in Toronto St. Paul's?
I mean, the very fact that we're here talking about it suggests that this isn't an ordinary by-election. When the 4 of us last met on Friday and we were looking back at the session, you know, I said that all the issues that came up were a bit like potato chips, empty calories, but the one constant was polling. And so, you know, we're going to see right now in terms of there's a lot of talk about this as a Liberal safe seat. I really think that does a disservice to Carolyn Bennett, who was a very strong constituency person for a very, very long time. But I think we're going to, be able to examine what do these polls mean. And even some of the Conservative counterspin. Lisa Raitt was on earlier saying that she doesn't think that they're going to win. I know a lot of Liberals that are very nervous tonight, so we're going to see.
Fred, the polls are now closed in Toronto St. Paul, so we can talk about all of this without feeling guilty and like we're influencing things. The last 48 hours, the Conservatives have been blabbing to everybody, oh, there's 0% chance we're going to win. We can't get this done. There's no way we're going to take Toronto St. Paul's. I mean, what do you think? Why are the Liberals so nervous if the Conservatives have no chance?
We say that every by-election for the simple reason
to
make
the answer
sure
I expected.
Expectations to be low, so that when we do win, expectations are blown through the roof, or the result does. But to be fair, this is supposed to be a safe Liberal seat. This is Toronto. This is the 416. We should not be competitive in this race. The fact that we are, the fact that this could be a very close race, I think really says something, and I think this could be Trudeau's last stand. If the Liberals lose this tonight, I think he has to go ASAP. For the good of his party, if he wants to have any semblance of keeping it together, because people are going to start coming out soon. MPs who all know their jobs are on the line in a year's time are going to start getting vocal, not just internally, but externally. But again, it's not even a win or a loss. I think it's within 10 points where the Conservatives need to be to show that the strength of the Conservatives is real, or the weaknesses of the Liberals. You can look at that both ways.
Okay, Mel, we've heard from the Liberals and the Conservatives. Not be the voice of reason here. What are you watching for here in Toronto St. Paul?
Well, it's a little bit funny that you talk about setting expectations, because it wasn't just, a few weeks ago that I was hearing from Conservatives that this was going to be one that they were going to win. So it's funny that the expectations have been tempered a little bit, which obviously is smart going into election night, but still interesting. I think I appreciate why, you're saying that this is maybe a little bit nerve-wracking for Liberals. When we spoke for the last by-election in Durham, we had talked about, depending on where the voting would lie, that maybe it would be a testament to the Prime Minister, or would mean something directly about his leadership. And we didn't really see that. It kind of played out the way that we thought it would play out. Whereas this one, where it's a Liberal seat, the Liberals have held it for almost 30 years, more than 30 years. It's a different thing, right? You're hearing a lot more frustration on the ground. To your point, Carolyn Bennett has had it for a really long time, and that's a testament to her, but it's also been a Liberal seat for a very long time. So how that plays out tonight, whether they keep it, or even the distance between past elections, how many votes are in between, I think that'll be something that I think probably all parties are paying attention to.
Yeah, and even going back to the Durham by-election, Jamil Javani won that by the sort of margin that echoed back to that 2011 election campaign when the Conservatives won their majority. Now, we're told the polls have closed. There are no lines. No one has stayed open late, but there is still that ballot with the 4,685 names, or 84 names, that could slow some things down. So we'll have a bit of time tonight, and if you have questions about the by-election, the polls, politics of tonight, you can send us an email, ask@cbc.ca, and we'll answer them as the night goes on, as long as they're not profane or insulting, unless it's about Greg. All right, let's talk about this riding. Toronto St. Paul's used to be a swing riding right up until it wasn't. Since 1993, when the Liberals cruised to a massive majority, St. Paul's has been Liberal red. Carolyn Bennett first won in 1997, and since then she's won by more than 20 percentage points, often more. The lone exception, 2011, when the Liberals were reduced to third party overall under Stephen Harper's majority government. The Liberals still captured the riding, but only by 8 points. If tonight's margin is smaller than that, or the Conservatives win, it could give us a sign of what's to come in the next general election. Okay, so as you can see there, Carolyn Bennett, who was really the Liberal force and candidate and all of that, she won 30 points, 32.5 points, 38-point margin. 2011, Greg was 8.2. In baseball, they have a stat called the Mendoza line. You need to hit above 200. I'm calling that the Ignatieff line, the 8.2% margin of victory. The Liberals need to be above or below that tonight? Like, what does it mean if they need to be above? If they're above it, what does it mean? If they're below it, what does it mean?
Look, a win is a win is a win.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've had weeks and weeks. To Fred's earlier comments, I mean, I remember moving here to work for the Paul Martin government, and the polls were so good, Paul was going to win 200 seats. Yep. And you see all these seat projections on the current polls, the Conservatives should be winning this. Why are we talking about this? I want to circle back to 2011, though. In Ontario, Navdeep Bains lost, Ken Dryden lost, Mark Holland lost, Carolyn Bennett did not. So I want to circle back to the Carolyn Bennett riding part of this. Yes, Barry Campbell won it in '93, but Carolyn's held it ever since. And if you know anything about St. Paul, she was really invested in that riding. I think she delivered maybe 2,000 kids in the last cohort could have voted for her in 2015. Yeah. I was there a couple of weeks ago.
That's a pretty good electoral strategy. Delivering the next group of voter ID.
Look, you tell me to go to med school, I barely scraped out a BA. So, I ran into somebody that I knew a couple of weeks ago, and Carolyn had been his doctor. So I think it's, to be fair to the person, we don't say that there was a strong Liberal resurgence every time Ralph Goodale won in Saskatchewan. So I think credit where credit is due, and I think 2011 shows that a lot of the support there was Carolyn Bennett's. And part of the reason when I talk about Justin Trudeau reoffering is It's the strength of that incumbency. It's the strength of what that person has done year after year after year.
No, and look, I'm taking nothing away from Carolyn Bennett for her tremendous success, because a lesser candidate would have probably lost in 2011, right? Someone who wasn't as established in there. But she is gone, and the whole dynamic, Fred, around the governing party has changed as well, right? It's not just the name on the ballot. And while this may be Leslie Church against Don Stewart, it's really Justin Trudeau against change in this election, I think, in a lot of ways, right?
In elections, typically, local candidates get a very tiny percentage of the vote. People vote for leaders. We presidentialize our election whether we love it or not. We vote for the next election will be.
The pedantics are getting really angry right now, right? Because you vote for your member, you don't vote for a prime minister. But the thought process is, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
No, absolutely. Yes, you mark for the local candidate, but no one actually goes into the booth thinking that, or very, very, very few people. People on Twitter will disagree, but that's, it is. We presidentialize our races. That's who we vote for, and the party is a part of that to a lesser extent.
Right.
So I don't. This is the type of riding that the Liberals should always be winning. Downtown Toronto, anytime we're competitive in it, it means there's a wave coming. And that's what we're looking at right now.
But Mel, you saw that graphic we put up, right? And I did the maps election night last time, and you didn't even have to pay attention to Toronto, because like, oh, it was red in 2015, it was red in 2019. Oh, look, it's red in 2021. Right. I don't know how solidly red it's going to be next time around based on where things are going. And if this is a win, Greg is right when it comes to the parliamentary standings. But if you get down mid-single digits, low single digits, suddenly Eglinton, Lawrence, York Centre, you're worried about a whole bunch of ridings in not just the suburbs of Toronto, but downtown in the core itself, right?
Totally. And it wasn't that long ago where we were seeing headlines in the Toronto Star that Liberal MPs were saying Olivia Chow was doing certain things because it was going to make them lose their seat in the next federal election to help Jagmeet. And I was like, no, actually, she's not doing that. You aren't resonating with people on the ground because your message isn't working. So I think if you were, if it was an outlier and it was under the 8% because it was a new candidate, people didn't really know them, that's one thing. But when you're taking into consideration the whole narrative of they're very much down in the polls, their message hasn't been resonating, this is just one more thing out of that big picture that people are not feeling heard by their government. They're not feeling like the Liberals are getting what's going on in their lives. And I think that if they are, in that margin, it's, credit to Carolyn Bennett, but also you would have been building the Liberal brand. You would have been building, a legacy in that riding as well. So if it is either they lose it or below that 8% point, I think, I have a hard time seeing how the Liberals can message their way out of this one.
Yeah, I'm checking my phone because sometimes people in campaigns get information and they send it. So I'm going to check some notifications. I'm not being rude for those of you watching at home. I'm just trying to find out what the heck is going on inside the campaign. Did you want to say something quick?
Just on the Toronto thing, like we're talking about competing in Toronto. We can form a massive majority government without winning a single seat in downtown Toronto.
It's a lot easier, though.
But it's the 905.
Yeah. The ring.
30 seats around.
Do you need Quebec, though, in that case?
We did in 2011. We only had 5 seats in Quebec then, so no. Then it's the 905. If we're competing in the 416 downtown Toronto, that ring around is all going to go blue.
Okay, all right, we're going to talk about that in a little bit, but I did ask Prime Minister Justin Trudeau about this by-election a week ago today. He was here in the studio for an exclusive sit-down interview. Here's what he had to say. What does it mean if you don't win that by-election on Monday?
Well, first of all, Carolyn Bennett has been an extraordinary leader in that community for so many years. I'm really excited about having her as ambassador to Denmark right now, and she's doing a great job. But the legacy there of thoughtful, strong leadership is going to be well carried by Leslie Church. We have, it's an important campaign. People are getting out at the doors. People are working hard. We don't take any corner of the country for granted, no matter what our lead in the polls is, and we're going to work through the finish line on this one.
It feels like a must-win for your party, though. Is it fair to describe it as that?
Every electoral contest is a must-win for any political party.
All right, let's bring in our chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton, on that. So, Rosie, if we take the Prime Minister at his word, that means Portage-Lisgar was a must-win for the Liberals. It didn't quite go that way. Some must-wins are more must-wins than other must-wins, I would assume. What do you think the stakes are for them tonight?
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty high. You guys have talked about it, and I think they're pretty high directly for the Prime Minister as well. Whether people around him want to say that or not, that is the case, because he does at this stage appear to be a drag on the brand. I don't know that we have evidence that if he was replaced, things would improve in any dramatic way, but that is something that people are thinking about. A couple things. I think, first of all, he talked about, the effort that they are putting into this riding. That in itself has been the story of the by-election, right? You don't normally see this many cabinet ministers flocking into an urban riding in Canada, outside of Alberta, but, to try and hold on to a seat that shouldn't be this hard. So that's the first sign that that Liberals are well aware of what the stakes are and what they're dealing with. I would say the other part of this that maybe we're not talking about is yes, they have to call a by-election within a certain margin, but they do get to choose the candidate. Yep. And as capable a political staffer as Leslie Church was, she is not a known figure. And so they put her into that riding against, many people only remembering Dr. Bennett. Some people thought Dr. Bennett was still in the riding, is what I was told when people are knocking on doors. So there was automatically as well a disadvantage, regardless of whether the Conservative candidate is a known figure either. That put her, I think, at a disadvantage, but it was a choice that was made by the party, and I think that's important to remember too. So, it would be strange if the national polls were not reflected in the results we see tonight. That's what I would say. And certainly everyone's got a different view in terms of managing expectations, but we know things aren't great, and the Liberals know it too, and they should expect to see some evidence of that tonight.
Rosie, what's your sense from the people you've been talking to in the last couple of days leading up to this? Because I've been playing this game of emotional ping pong with the Liberals I'm speaking with. It's like, I think it's going to be great. We're going to win by 11, or we're going to lose by 3, or it's going to be a 5-point win, and a win is a win. And, the fact that it's all, cascading between a loss to the Conservatives to a narrow win in the sort of seat that they win in a walk most times.
Yeah. In a general election, I would agree. A win is a win. In a by-election, I'm not sure that I draw that same conclusion, even though, yes, Liberals have said that to me as well. If the result here is a narrow margin, I think that it forces the Liberals to really look at what they're doing and why it's not working. And if the conversation then shifts to, is it because of the leader, and caucus members start getting nervous because they too are in so-called safe ridings and now they think maybe they don't have a hope in hell, then that anxiety becomes something else, which is why I would also watch closely to see how the Prime Minister responds to things over the next 24 hours. And does he do any reach out to caucus, something that he isn't always great at? And how does he get people to stay with him if they indeed pull this off tonight? I think that there has been a lot of managing expectations by the Liberals, but I think that number that you showed everybody off the top there, that 8.2%, is sort of what they're looking at tonight.
I just wonder, Rosie, anxious caucus, not a new thing,
no.
In a third-term government, especially for the past year, really since the polls started to split. But, win or lose, narrow win or loss here, do you get the sense there's enough forcefulness inside the caucus to do anything other than grumble, but still ultimately leave it all to the Prime Minister to decide what he's going to do?
I think right now the agreement is he can decide what he wants to do and if he wants to stay in the job. I think that after tonight, we will see.
Yeah.
It doesn't take long for stuff to start bubbling up, as people around that table know. And once that starts becoming public, then it is very, very difficult to get a handle on. So that's why I say that the reaction and the response is just as important as what the results are tonight, because that's ultimately how he stays where he is.
Okay. All right, Rosemary, thank you so much. We'll check back in with you throughout the night. That's the CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton. Okay, we're going to go to the riding now. We're still waiting for results, and Ithil Musa is standing by at Leslie Church's, I don't know if that's campaign headquarters or party headquarters. What is that? Ithil, you're standing by with a familiar face from this particular show.
Yes, that's right, I am. And apparently there's an important game going on. I'm not really sure what that's all about, but Never mind that, David. I am joined tonight by Stevie O'Brien. She is a senior advisor with the public affairs firm Macmillan Vantage, who is a regular on your show. So, Stevie, I've got to ask you, this riding, Toronto-St. Paul's, it is viewed as one of the safest ridings for Liberals, but there is serious concern that it could turn blue tonight. What do you think that says about where the Liberals stand in this riding and across the country?
Well, I wouldn't call Toronto-St. Paul a litmus test for anything. We're looking at a by-election in the summer where turnout's probably going to be, lower than the average by-election. So, I think what we've seen here today and what you can sort of feel this energy in this room tonight is that there was a really great campaign that Leslie and her team put in the effort, they put in the energy, and are hoping for the best results in St. Paul. Toronto-St. Paul.
Yeah, so, you mentioned Leslie. She's had a lot of support here. We know that cabinet ministers have been out door knocking and campaigning for her. Do you think that's enough to, shore up support at a time when Trudeau is not doing very well in terms of the polls?
I've been here on and off throughout the campaign, and I have seen that she's been running a strong campaign. The ground game's been good. The support for Leslie's been strong across the riding, and she has got a lot of support amongst cabinet, amongst caucus, amongst the sort of Liberal family. And I think and I hope that we'll see that in the results tonight.
Yeah, one of the volunteers with Church's campaign that I spoke to today said they are cautiously optimistic that she'll be able to secure this seat. Is that worrying? It seems like they're tempering their expectations a little bit.
Well, I think that by-elections are always a bit of an enigma. And if you have one in the summer, during an Oilers game, during everything else that's going on, there's always an element of unpredictability when you look at turnout, when you look at the ability to get people to the polls. But again, the ground game here has been extremely strong. I've never seen a candidate work as hard as Leslie, and she will be working that hard for the people of Toronto-St. Paul when she's elected to Parliament.
Some of the people that I've been speaking to on the street say issues like the cost of living crisis, housing affordability crunch, those are huge for them. And we know that, for some voters, they've been dissatisfied with the Liberals' approach to these issues. Is that something that Leslie understands? Is that something that you think she'll be able to tackle?
Well, one of the things I've heard from her and from the campaign is about a strong desire to rebuild trust with the electorate, to connect, to demonstrate, to bring that message of fairness for every generation that the Prime Minister has been putting forward for the last year, but especially since the last budget. And I think she's taking that message and trying to bring it to every single voter in Toronto-St. Paul.
Okay, last question, Stevie. If the Liberals lose this seat, should Trudeau step aside?
Trudeau has shown that he is in it to win it, and he is in for the next election. He has indicated nothing other than that, and caucus is behind him.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
That was Stevie O'Brien. She's a senior advisor with the public affairs firm Macmillan Vantage. David, you heard it there, one big supporter saying, no matter what happens tonight, Trudeau should not step down.
Okay, Ithel, thanks so much. We'll be checking in throughout the night. And as Stevie said, there's been a good ground game, the Liberals say, in that campaign. And some big names have been on the ground, knocking on doors, pounding the pavement, as the Liberals have sent some heavy hitters into the riding during this campaign. And our JP Tasker was there for part of the election and has this story.
The Liberal Party is sending in some heavy hitters to shore up the vote in Toronto-St. Paul's.
I have been out campaigning, knocking on doors a lot in St. Paul's.
In a sign of how important Monday's federal by-election is, Chrystia Freeland is just one of a dozen cabinet ministers who've campaigned for their candidate, Leslie Church.
Leslie is working her heart out, and the whole team is there with her. And we're just going to keep on working until the last minute.
My hope is that she's going to be able to succeed, but you can't take any of this for granted.
Perched above downtown Toronto, the Liberals have held this wealthy riding for more than 30 years. But polls show the party is on shaky ground. Church has heard that Trudeau fatigue on the campaign trail.
People have been through a lot, a pandemic, inflation, interest rates. So I expect that.
A Liberal loss in a safe seat like this could upend Canadian politics, but Church remains optimistic.
When they look at the alternatives, voters are wise.
The main alternative is Conservative candidate Don Stewart.
Look, we've had a super busy morning, knocking on doors, talking to voters at doors.
The Conservatives have a 15-point lead in Ontario. That means Stewart could pull off a huge upset.
All of those metrics point to a deep and broad desire for change that extends into a city like Toronto.
This pollster is expecting a narrow Liberal win, but he says the Conservatives have some momentum.
Liberals aren't all that enthusiastic right now about Mr. Trudeau, about the government, and Conservatives are deeply motivated to get out and vote.
Okay, you saw pollster David Cochrane there. We should have a trigger warning for him when Liberals are watching the show, because we're going to speak to him a little bit live in a moment. But first, we're going to go to JP, who has been in the riding. JP, tell us about the push from both sides to claim Toronto.
Yeah, there's been a huge effort on behalf of Cabinet. More than a dozen Liberal cabinet ministers have dropped into the riding over the last number of weeks. And not just cabinet ministers, there's been a whole cast of characters from the Liberal backbenches as well. Judy Scrow, Anthony Housefather, Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, Marco Mendicino. It's honestly hard to keep track of just how many Liberal MPs have been through Toronto St. Paul's. Obviously, it's an easy riding to get to. It's in Toronto. A lot of people have been elected from the Liberal Party in Toronto, so it's not that difficult to make your way there. But it does give you an indication of how serious they are taking this by-election, how desperately they want to win this by-election, I would say. I mean, they have a very robust effort in there, and that includes a lot of elected officials going door to door, canvassing voters. We haven't seen quite the same thing from the Conservatives. Pierre Poilievre was in the riding a few weeks back before the writs were dropped. But, certainly I saw Adam Chambers, a Conservative MP, when I was there in the riding. They have had some people kind of come in and work with the local candidate, but we haven't seen some of the big guns, if you will. We haven't seen Poilievre.
Well, Andrew Scheer's been around, Melissa Lantsman, Jamil Giovanni, who won the last by-election. He was in there, I think, maybe today. I'm not sure. But, the politicians are one thing. They don't vote, because they don't live in that riding. What did you hear from voters when you were in St. Paul?
I heard a lot of anger. A lot of frustration.
Because you were there during the early voting too, right?
We were there.
The advanced polling period.
We were at the advanced poll. We were at 3 different spots over 3 different days in different parts of the riding to capture the different demographics in this riding, so we weren't just relying on one spot. And a lot of people angry, a lot of people frustrated, a lot of people saying that they're ready for change and that they really want to get rid of Justin Trudeau. A lot of Liberal voters say they're still going to go for Leslie Church, but a lot of people saying they're done with Justin Trudeau. They want to see someone new take over. Have a listen to some of the tape that we gathered.
I had a hard time making a selection this year. I'll just put it that way.
I'm not satisfied with the government right now, and I think we're in desperate need of a change.
Are you tired of Justin Trudeau?
Very.
Why?
He's overspending and he's spending it in all the wrong areas.
Well, I voted Liberal. Mainly because I won't vote for anybody whose policy so far seems to burn the house down.
I also believe in a lot of the things that the Liberal government has done.
I think they're going to get devastated in the next general election if Justin remains at the helm of the party. And I think that will be a shame for everybody that's on the left in this country.
I don't consider myself a conservative person, so it's a bit problematic, but I feel like I have to count on him to change the direction.
It's probably time for a change away from the Liberals to the Conservatives. So always been a swing voter, but this time going to be going for the Conservatives.
So we got a whole bunch of anger there, as you could hear. A lot of it directed at the Prime Minister. The Liberal brand, my perception is, after speaking to more than 20 voters on and off camera for 3 days, is that the Liberal brand is still strong in the riding. Some people are still going to go for Leslie Church. They're still not necessarily sold on Pierre Poilievre, but it really is that Trudeau factor that is the unknown tonight, because we honestly looked for one voter who still supported the Prime Minister, and we couldn't find one. Liberal supporters, no one a vocal defender of the Prime Minister raring to go to vote for him again. We honestly didn't find a single one in the riding. That doesn't, it's a small sample size. We obviously might have missed some people, but it does tell you that over a 3-day effort, there wasn't anyone who was a very passionate Trudeau supporter.
I liked your last person in the clip back said, I've always been a swing voter, but this time I'm going to vote Conservative, which is literally what a swing voter would do. So there we go. All right. This feels like a good time to bring in the CEO of Abacus Data, David Cochrane, who you saw there in JP's piece. And David, I know you've had some larger sample sizes than JP got, just being there on the ground. I mean, what is your sense on the dynamics of this race when you look at where the national numbers are and look at the historic trends in the GTA?
Well, I think there's a few things. One is that there's no doubt that whether it's the Abacus polling or any other poll, that the Liberals are probably at one of the low points, if not the low point, at any point since they were elected in 2015. And that's not just vote intention, that's how people feel about the Prime Minister, the government's approval rating, and just the general mood of the country. When we dig deeper and we look at what's going on in Toronto, the dynamics aren't that different. We don't have the ability to look at Toronto, St. Paul specifically, but if we look at the 416, which includes, Etobicoke and Scarborough, and not just the old city of Toronto, the Liberals are trailing the Conservatives in that city as well, which is remarkable, right? Because this is even in the worst of times, the Liberals are still able to win more seats in the 416 than elsewhere. And so, this by-election is happening at a moment where, 8 in 10 Canadians are looking for a change in government. Only 16% think the Liberals deserve to be reelected. And so what you just showed in terms of the streeters with people on the ground, I think reflects what we're hearing in our polling as well.
Okay, David, I just want to put a pause on this for a second because I do want to go back to Toronto St. Paul's because Chris Glover is at the Conservative Party headquarters or campaign party place tonight. And he's standing by with Jenny Byrne for a rare appearance here on Power Politics. So Chris, take it away.
Yeah, well, Pierre Poilievre's chief advisor here, Jenny Byrne. And so you were here at the campaign party. Hasn't really gotten started yet, but how are you feeling in terms of the Conservatives' chances tonight?
Well, listen, I think this is an extremely safe Liberal riding. If you look back into 2011, it was one of the 34 seats that the Liberals won during that campaign. And so I think this one is, we knew it was tough. We knew it was tough going into, but I think that this will be this will probably stay on the Liberal side of things.
What are some of the things that you're hearing from voters as you're going to door knock from the campaign's perspective in terms of why this is becoming, as you'd mentioned, a Liberal stronghold? Now we're seeing all of these Liberal MPs, Justin Trudeau, they're all coming here. Clearly there's nervousness around holding this riding given, the federal polls. But what are some of the issues that your campaign is hearing from voters in terms of why the Liberals might be acting so scared?
Well, I think this is less so about whether they think they're going to lose here in St. Paul's. I think it's more that they're worried about the suburban seats in the 416 that the Conservatives have won before. Willowdale, for example, the Etobicoke, some Scarborough seats. So I think this is less about them not thinking they're going to win St. Paul's. They've said themselves in the last few days that they're going to win St. Paul's. This is more worried about caucus management. What are they saying to caucus? What are they saying to Marco Mendicino, who is just to the north in Eglinton Lawrence, if the margin of vote goes lower? He could lose a seat in the next election. I think that is what's motivating them in terms of getting people out.
And so if you don't think you're going to win this riding, why is that? Why do you think that is?
Well, this is, as I said, this is an extremely safe Liberal seat. We have done what we can to win. We have got a great local candidate. Don Stewart is fantastic. He's a great guy. We have a great local campaign team led up by Amanda Kimber. We have an entirely great team. It just sometimes this is a Liberal seat, and that is what I think that we're going to see tonight.
In the last 3 general elections, no Conservative has been able to win any of the 25 Toronto ridings. A strong showing tonight. I hear what you're saying. You don't think that the Conservative candidate is going to win tonight, but a strong showing here in this riding for your campaign, having a close race.
Yes.
Would that change things for the national effort?
Well, I think a strong showing for us is going to be, I think you're going to see that we've done better than what we have in the past, but I think it's more of a question you should go to the Liberal campaign office or the Liberal Party like this and ask them, what does a showing that has you come down, 10 or 15 points, what does that show for them?
Okay. Jenny Byrne, thank you very much for chatting with us. A look at what the campaign is feeling, and certainly it sounds like they are trying to be realistic as they're waiting to see the results come in tonight, David.
Okay, Chris, thank you so much. It's good to get that interview on the air. I'm going to go back to David Coletto, if I can, with Abacus Data for a quick take on that. David, you heard what Jenny Burns said there about a tight margin here suggests that the ring around Toronto really opens up. But the Jenny Byrne decision desk has more or less conceded that the Liberals are going to win Toronto St. Paul's. I mean, what's your thoughts on her analysis of where this one is?
Well, let me give you some context. I asked our friend Eric Grenier to do a seat model and a swing model and say, okay, well, let's say the Liberals win by 10 points tonight, better than they did in 2011. And that would be about a 17-point swing to the Conservatives, even though they would win by 10 points, the Liberals. How many Liberal seats would be lost under the new map if the same swing was applied everywhere? And guess what? 33 Liberal MPs would lose. If you move that to a 5-point Liberal win tonight, that number goes up to almost 40 plus Liberal MPs. So again, the point here is when we're looking at the data and what this means, if we're trying to project this forward, and it's not perfect, and you shouldn't perfectly say that what happens tonight is going to happen if there's an election next year, but it does raise a lot of questions about what this means for Liberal fortunes in other parts of the city as well as other parts of Ontario.
No, and I appreciate we're projecting. It's not a UK election. We're not going to run out and place bets on this. But I'm just wondering, what if there's a risk in taking a by-election result and trying to project into a general election? Because you can do a protest vote in a by-election that won't trigger the larger change that is certainly at the heart of the Liberal message of warning against Pierre Poilievre, right? So the dynamic changes when all the marbles are up for grabs.
Here, I'll give you an example, David. I went back to 2014, right? A year before the 2015 election, and we had 6 by-elections from June. There's actually some on June 30th, 2014. There were 6 by-elections between June and November. And when you look at the swings in all of those, there was elections in Alberta, some in Ontario, and Jim Flaherty's riding after he passed away was there a by-election. And in those ridings, the Liberal average vote increased by 21 points across those 6 ridings.
Right.
Conservative vote went down by 12, and the NDP vote went down by, I think, close to 11. Right? Now that's signaling exactly almost what happened a year later. And so by-elections aren't predictive of what's going to happen, but they do tell us because there's real voters coming out and signaling to the world how they're feeling about their political choices. And they can tell us what might happen in the future. And I think those 2014 by-elections are a perfect example. And so Liberals back then were not saying, hey, these are one-offs and Justin Trudeau, our new leader, isn't popular. People were showing up. The NDP vote went down. The Conservative vote went down. And Liberals were gaining votes. Even in Alberta, they saw 12, 14-point increases in their vote shares.
Okay, interesting stuff. David Coletto with Abacus Data, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. So just so you know, we were talking a lot about numbers, but we do not have any numbers. The polls have been closed for 41 minutes now in Toronto St. Paul's, and we have not yet seen the first result. The only numbers we have is Florida 1, Edmonton 1 in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. We'll keep you updated on that one too, because let's face it, it's Game 7. And
both are tied.
So both are tied, yeah, exactly. It's an 84-way tie in Toronto St. Paul's and a 1-1 tie in the Stanley Cup Final. Okay, look, we've gone through a lot there, right? We've had JP, we've had his item, we heard from voters, we had Coletto talking about numbers, we had Jenny Byrne, we had Rosemary Barton. Greg, let's start with you. Well, what are your thoughts on where we are on all the analysis we've had to this point?
I thought it was interesting to hear what was going on the ground in what people were hearing. And I'm going to share something that I heard today from somebody pretty heavily involved in the campaign. Frankly, if there was a better Conservative leader, we would be losing for sure. So the strongest thing that they have in working for Liberals in this riding during this campaign is who the current leader of the Conservative Party is. You've heard me say on our Friday panel before, there are Liberals such as myself that, your former boss, Fred, Aaron O'Toole, looks a lot different now when you compare him against the current Conservative leader who has gone very, very right, very much the old Reform style. And, I think what Liberals are learning on the ground is this is the biggest defense that they have is, we've seen polling and might have been Abacus's where there's not a lot of love for the Conservative leader either.
There's not a love for any leader right now in this country, with the exception of Wab Kinew. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if there's a popular first minister or leader. Anyway, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but like, I think that's just where politics. Who knows with Nenshi, that he's brand new. He's got that new car smell still. But
yeah, but Kinew, I think, probably benefited from the revolt against incumbents that the previous government got kicked out. He came in. We know that there are challenges in New Brunswick and Saskatchewan for the current leaders, and I don't think it's a coincidence that Doug Ford in Ontario has said that he might want to go to the polls earlier. And in our native Nova Scotia, the premier there, even though he brought in fixed dates for elections, he's now said he may go against them. So there is a big wave against incumbency, but we're certainly feeling it, with the week in, week out polling. But again, on the ground, what they heard at the door, we've heard the candidate in JP Tasker's reporting saying she was hearing, the Liberal candidate was hearing this. I asked, what are you hearing about the Conservative candidate? And he said, my source said it was the best thing we had going for us.
What do you think of that, Fred? Anything you want to respond to there, or anything else you wanted to bring up?
Look, it's a good attempt to change the channel here by Greg. I appreciate the effort, but Trudeau's the ballot question tonight, not Poilievre. And that does go both ways. Maybe people aren't all excited in voting for Poilievre, but they are certainly voting against Trudeau. Tasker showed us that through his interviews. And I just got a text from someone in St. Paul's who sent me an image of the 3 lit pieces that she received during this election. The NDP had Jagmeet Singh with the local candidate. The Conservative had Pierre Poilievre, and there's no mention of Trudeau on the Liberal lit piece.
You have to look to the Conservative literature to see pictures of Justin Trudeau.
Which proves the point, right?
They should have included it.
And listen, I'm not trying to say that the Prime Minister wasn't an issue. I'm saying that the strongest thing that the Liberals were hearing in their favor was they don't like the leader of the Conservative
You're
Party.
saying they're still in it because Poilievre is so unlikable in downtown Toronto.
If they win, they feel that is
right. But it's interesting, Mel, that over the course of the 9 years, and this happens, man, when you've been in a job for a long time in politics, that you go from being the biggest asset to the biggest liability in the same career arc, right? And this is the sort of situation that seems to be playing out, though it was interesting to hear Jenny Byrne. First of all, it was interesting to hear from Jenny Byrne, but to hear her say, we're not going to do it, which is, we don't have a single result. That's interesting. Anyway, what are your thoughts on what we all just heard?
We've all obviously worked on the Hill, we've all worked with parties, we've all worked elections, and every single election, at least for myself, I've always been on the communications team, but every single election we work on what is the ballot question? What are people asking themselves when they go to the polls? What is it that people care about the most? And how can you kind of persuade people so that the ballot box question is something that helps you? That means that when they go to the polls, they're hitting NDP, they're hitting Jagmeet Singh or whatever. And the fact that it sounds like the ballot box question is, do we like Trudeau or do we not? Or we're so upset with Trudeau, so we're going to go vote for somebody else. I don't think that that's what you want the ballot box question to be. Like the fact that we're having this conversation that people are so upset with the Prime Minister can't be reassuring to a lot of folks, on the Liberal team, and the anger, the fact that we looked for somebody who was a staunch supporter of the Prime Minister. We were just saying earlier how in most elections people vote for the leader. The biggest percentage of folks vote for the leader. The second part is maybe the party, and then the third is the local folks if they've got a good reputation. And the fact that people are so upset with Trudeau, and I think that's being felt throughout the country, isn't great, regardless of what the election result is tonight for the Liberals.
I wonder, look, you've all worked on elections. I've only covered them. How is a by-election different than a general election, right? And I know this is an unusual one, like post-Trump, post-COVID, with this anti-incumbency thing that's sweeping the globe. I mean, Francois Legault went from untouchable to third place in polls in Quebec. But just by-elections in general, how different is it, from a general campaign, especially in a big urban center like Toronto?
And it is different. And one of the things that, we could see play out tonight is you're not going to a general election, say you have a little bit more freedom. If you are really upset at Justin Trudeau, maybe you stay home. Maybe you don't vote for him because you don't have the risk of we're going to have a change of government. So you get to kind of voice your frustration a little bit more. So we may see that in Toronto St. Paul's, which wouldn't necessarily play out the same way that we would see in a general election. But that definitely, plays into it a little bit. Stevie earlier when she was talking about how, it's a summer by-election, I had to laugh at that. You know, the Prime Minister is the one who called the by-election. He knew it was going to be June 24th. You know, if you thought that was going to be a reason that you didn't have people coming out.
Rishi Sunak picked the timing of his election too.
Well, I don't think he's doing any better, right? So
Yeah.
I don't think that ought to go. To me, it's just it does. Yeah, a by-election is different, absolutely. And in normal times, you could say, oh, you know what? It's just a by-election. In normal times, you could say this may be. You know, something that's just a little bit different than a result that you get in the general, but because everything else is going so bad for the Liberals, this is part of, you know, a bigger picture, part of a theme instead of maybe a one-off. And I think that's the bad news for them.
You know, Greg, I'm reminded by our producer Sarah Sears, who produced JP Tasker's piece in the by-election, that there is a Team Trudeau on the by-election signs, but it's in this sort of print that, like, if it's like the last line of the eye chart, like it doesn't get you your driver's license, it gets you your sniper's license, you know, because you can see it, but it's there, but it's tiny. And going back to sort of the point Rosie sort of made earlier, that Leslie Church, a political staffer without deep roots in the riding, that's not the leader who's forward and front and in this whole different dynamic that Mel was talking about in a by-election.
Well, I would like to discuss fonts with you for a little while.
Are you a serif or a sans serif man, Greg?
Common sense.
The hockey game will be over before we get first results, but keep going.
But you said normal times, and I was thinking about, you know, Chrétien had several majorities in a row, and I'm going up from my memories here, so I apologize if I get this wrong, but I'm pretty sure there was at least one time with a by-election in the middle of a majority where the government lost a seat. And that's the danger normally with by-elections, is that it motivates the cranky. Everyone is cranky right now. We're still cranky. Yeah. And you don't have the benefit of national advertising and national campaign debates. We know how important the debates have been for the last couple of federal elections where they've been real pivot points. So, you know, as Fred said, I disagree a little bit. I do think incumbents sometimes, when you see a wave and you see who gets to keep their seat against that wave, a lot of times it has to do with the type of constituency member of parliament they are. But yeah, overall you're voting for the leader, and you don't have the benefit of a national campaign. What did some of the reporting say? Rosie said earlier, some people didn't even realize that Carolyn Bennett was no longer their member of parliament.
Any thoughts?
Well, I made my position very clear on that. I really don't think people are voting for the local MP on that. But when it comes to by-elections, like we go back to last year, there was a series of by-elections. There was a number of them where the Conservatives underperformed the national polls. Yeah. There's a number of issues in different ridings, but it happened in all of the ridings.
Oxford, Mississauga Lakeshore, Portage Lisgar, they won pretty handily. What was the other one?
Winnipeg.
Winnipeg, right. So, yeah. Yes, when Bankar won.
Right, which could have been a riding where they, like this one, where they could have made inroads and they didn't. And I think that's when they went to ground and realized we have a problem, like you mentioned about the leaders' numbers. And they spent $3 million, the most anyone's ever paid, I think, in a pre-writ campaign to brand a leader, and they put out a message on Poilievre. And then the numbers really took off that summer. And then we had the Durham by-election where it, you know, we blew the doors off what we've been doing in that election. So I think it's setting the pace of what we're doing now.
Okay, I want to come back to that because I have thoughts about Portage Lisgar, and so just remind me that I have a really good point to make about Portage Lisgar and Fred's take on it. But I want to check in with Rosie, who is in the chair, like us, waiting for results, Rosemary. But as we await the first number, 52 minutes now since polls closed in Toronto, St. Paul's. We're told nothing stayed open late. What did you make of Chris Glover's conversation with Jenny Byrne and Jenny Byrne saying, we're not going to do it?
Well, first of all, I was doing another show that's on TV, so I didn't see that, but I was told about it. I was delighted to see Jenny Byrne speaking with us and giving us her thoughts, because she is sort of the brain behind all of the Conservative operations. So for her to say so bluntly that it isn't going to happen, I don't think she's managing expectations there. I think that's probably what she's seen. So in some ways, I guess that could be reassuring to Liberals who might be watching that tonight. I do think, though, you know, we maybe should have a conversation about what Conservatives have to do here tonight as well. And the answer, I guess, is not much. But I think that they do need to show ongoing momentum. So if that margin tightens for them, they're going to feel really good about that. And as Fred was talking about, it at least opens up the possibility of maybe an urban riding in Toronto, but it certainly opens up that whole belt of the 905 for them. And let's be honest, if they can secure that, then they are pretty much well on their way to forming government with everything else that they have west of Ontario. So I think it could be motivating for the Conservatives to see that margin shrink. I think it could be, it could also add to the idea that Pierre Poilievre is for everyone, that he's not just for a particular kind of voter, that he has a tent that he can welcome people into. So those are a couple of thoughts on that front. Just on the vote, I'm told the count is going fine, but not only do we have many, many people on the ballot, but remember that the ballot itself is like a map. The way you have to unfold it. So these people that are counting it do have to unfold it, go through, and it is kind of a tedious process, unfortunately, tonight, and that might be sort of what we're starting to see here.
Yeah, I saw someone say on Twitter, Rosie, that the ballot itself was the size of the table you put it on to fill it out. So it's like going to a casual dining chain and getting a giant menu handed to you, right? It's one of those things.
It is like a map. It is hard to fold up. They had to get more boxes in order to make sure they had room for it all. There's all sorts of weird things about this, and not just to fill time, but because this is a real thing that's happening that they're dealing with, and it could also explain a little bit why we haven't seen anything as of yet.
Okay, I do want to just circle back to what Jenny Byrne had to say to Chris Glover, and I know you didn't hear it all because you were doing television as opposed to the live stream stuff, but she talked about the point you made, that if they do shrink the margin down here, and she mentioned specific ridings. What does it say to Marco Mendocino in Eglinton Lawrence, which is right next door? And then, what does it say to Yarra-Sax in York Centre? It's not just that we're competitive in Toronto St. Paul's, the Conservatives would say, it's that it puts these other seats that they have held, in that 2011 majority, way back in play or completely in play. And that's the breakthrough path, right?
Well, and those are two really good examples because both of those ridings have very large Jewish communities, and both of those MPs, one a minister, one no longer a minister, are feeling an awful lot of pressure because of the government's position on a variety of things around the Middle East. So, there's 15% of the community in this riding that is Jewish. There may be some blowback from that issue in this by-election, but for sure Yarra-Sax and Marco Mendocino would feel that if there was an election now. Who knows where the war in the Middle East will be by the time we get to a general, but there is anger and real frustration within the Jewish community in Toronto, and we might start to see signs of that tonight.
Well, that's one thing, just as a final point, Rosie, who knows where it will be when we get to a general election. Going back to the chat with the Prime Minister a week ago, he said the country is in decision-making mode right now. They do have time, right? Unlike the United States, which is racing to an election in November, unlike the Brits, who are racing to an election on the 4th of July, we're 475 days away from a general election potentially in Canada. So things can change for the better or for the worse.
Yeah, I would say a couple things, though. The government has tried many, many, many things now. A cabinet shuffle, a budget, throwing money at problems, communications issues, and still those things aren't doing what they want them to do in the polls. That is, I think, and should be concerning for them. And even if all the other things that they are hoping will happen, interest rates go down, there's chaos in the U.S. and they think that they can help manage that with their government. If all those other things start to unfold, I'm still not sure it's enough. And that's based on things that David Coletto has said, that when you are 20 points down, no, maybe Canadians aren't in decision mode right now, but they're starting to decide. And it's going to be hard to turn that boat around, I think, as time goes on, obviously.
Yep, and that has a bunch of premiers thinking about changing when they're going to have their elections. All right, Rosie, thank you for jumping in. We'll check back in throughout the night. That's the CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton. I think, are we going to go back to Toronto, go to Ithel? Yes, Ithel's standing by with yet another familiar face to you viewers of Power and Politics. Ithel, take it away.
Yeah, that's right. Good evening, David. People here praying for 2 wins tonight. Obviously, the Oilers and Leslie Church securing Toronto St. Paul's. And as you mentioned, Amanda Alvaro, who is a part of the Power and Politics family, joins me now. Amanda, Church doesn't have a lot of name recognition. How confident are you feeling that she'll be able to secure this seat?
You know, she is an excellent candidate. She's been with the party for a long time, and she has knocked on a lot of doors, and that matters. You know, she's come into this riding, she's made herself present, she's made herself available, she's got to know the community. I think that'll all add up tonight.
Jenny Burns doesn't think that the Conservatives are going to win tonight. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that everybody is sort of making there's a lot of conditions and considerations at play, right? Like, we're in the summer months. There's an Oilers game on today. You see the Volunteers filing in, and they're looking at 2 screens, waiting for the results and looking at the score of the game. I think that everyone knows that this is going to be a close race, and it could go either way. And I think that in order to, talk about what this narrative could look like for either party, it's important to put those expectations in place.
I spoke to some voters today out on the street, and one of the things I keep hearing is that they're looking for change. I know Church has been out there door knocking, cabinet ministers on her behalf have been out there door knocking. Do you think that she'll be able to convince voters to continue voting red?
Well, I think change can be seen sort of in 2 ways. This was a riding that was held by an MP for a very long time. And Leslie presents a new, fresh approach to politics, and that's change in its own right. But she's contending with polls that are looking the other way, right? The Conservative Party is up in the polls, so she has an uphill battle to convince voters that she's going to be the right representation for them. If I was a voter in this riding, she would be my pick. She'd be my pick because she has the experience in the riding, but she's also sort of a fresh voice for the party.
You know, some people have been talking about the fact that this race is really a referendum, too, on Trudeau and his leadership. Some voters expressing some frustration. I spoke to one who said he's, always voted Liberal. This time around, he's voting Conservative. If the Liberals lose this seat, do you think Trudeau should step aside, that there should be some fresh blood?
I think that Trudeau has said he's in it to win it. We have a federal election that's still a good 15 months away. A lot can happen in 15 months. The whole world can change in 15 months. So I think they'll take the results whichever way they go, and they'll start making kind of a game plan. Where do we go from here? How do we convince voters that we're still the party for them? But I don't think he's exiting. I think he's here to lead the party into the next election.
So your thoughts tonight that they are going to secure it? What is your, message to Canadians that are closely watching this race, particularly those who think that it might signal what's to come?
Well, if they're not watching the Oilers and they're actually watching this race, a by-election is not a litmus test. It's just not. It's a moment in time. It's a reflection of what's happening in this moment. It's the summer months. There's a lot going on. The polls are in the Liberal Party's favor. If they're able to pull it out, I think that's remarkable, but I don't think it's a huge win. I think that there's still a lot of work for the party to do to convince voters that they need to show up in a federal election. So my fingers are crossed for the party tonight and for Leslie Church, but we'll see what happens.
Thank you so much, Amanda.
Thank you.
That was Amanda Alvaro. She is a Power and Politics panelist. You heard it there, David. So, it's really filled out here. There are lots of supporters. There's a very positive feeling. I told you earlier that, one of the volunteers had said that they were cautiously optimistic, but people really are feeling good. It might be because of the Oilers game, but I think that there is a lot of hope that Leslie Church can secure Toronto St. Paul's.
Okay, Ethel, thanks so much. We'll check back a little bit later. Just to bring everyone up to speed, we have no numbers yet, except from the hockey game. It is Florida 1, Edmonton 1, about halfway through the second period, give or take. 12 minutes and 35 seconds left in the second period. It is an 84-way tie at 0 in Toronto St. Paul's. This is because we have no numbers, an hour and 2 minutes into the count, because the ballot is comically large because of the 84 names that are on it. This is part of a protest movement, kind of organized, to vent frustration with Canada's first past the post system, which people seem as unfair and as part of a broken promise by this government, who Justin Trudeau said in 2015 this would be the last election using first past the post. It's not even the last by-election using first past the post, and that's why things are gummed up here. But Mel, I wonder, we heard from Jenny Byrne, who says we're not going to get it done. And then you go to Liberal headquarters and say, hey, Jenny Byrne says they can't win. They're like, not so fast, everybody.
I know.
You got numbers.
You got numbers? Okay, are these numbers that Fred got from people Fred knows?
It's on the website.
It's on the website?
Elections.ca.
Okay, all right, here we go. We're going to throw them up on the screen in just a second.
Sorry to interrupt.
Do you have something good?
Okay. What I'm told, Fred, let's see if it corroborates you. See, we got two sources on this. Leslie Church 75, Don Stewart 70.
That's right.
Okay, how many polls of how many is that? Do we know?
2
polls out of 192. Too slow, Fred. Come on, man. What are you doing here, pal? It's worse than Elections
I told
Canada.
you it broke. I didn't tell you what it was.
A little over 1% of the polls are reporting
And it's
it.
All right. Well, let's call it then. It's a 5-point margin with 1% of polls reporting. You happy? Oh, there we go. Look at this. Visual proof that we're not lying to you.
Well,
It just went away that fast.
the Jenny Byrne decision desk has called this for the Liberals, so I think we should just go home. Apologies.
Stop counting.
Front part next door. We'll catch the third period. Okay, so there we are, 75, 70 to 13. So look, the 5 vote lead, 2 of 192 polls reporting. We're a long way away, Mel, but it's interesting that even with the sort of this messaging leading up to this, that Conservatives have 0%, and Jenny Byrne's not going to go, first of all, on the CBC and say we can't win unless she's confident or she's playing some crazy rope-a-dope with people. But the Liberals kind of won't take yes for an answer. It seems. What do you make of this?
Well, it's super fascinating because obviously we heard Jenny, but we also have been hearing folks from Liberal headquarters saying, it's going to be a tough one. Oh, people don't really know her in the riding, et cetera, et cetera. So it's hard to figure out what's going to happen tonight. And maybe that's just setting expectations that the vote margin is going to be less big than that 8% that I think they're looking for or whatnot. But it doesn't sound confident for sure. But the Conservatives kind of saying, oh, this is super safe. This is super safe. Fascinating. I don't understand it. I don't know why you would put PI's chief person in that campaign headquarters to say those things either.
We say it every single by-election, folks.
No.
Yeah, but the polls are closed. No, but the polls closed now.
No, but yes, but we're watching the results come in.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to win.
Right.
If we do much better, if we tighten it up, or if we somehow win.
I just don't know why you send Jenny there to say that.
She goes to every by-election. She was there. She loves CBC clearly, and
I wouldn't be putting Jennifer Howard in, to say, we're going to lose this.
But she is over the years. She's done a lot of media.
If they win, you run the risk of the chief strategist not calling this correctly. That's what I
don't think people will be upset. Oh, Jenny, you didn't know we were going to win, and we ended up winning. We will all know. If we win this, she will have known we were going to win this, and she's setting.
I don't know. This is way too clever for me.
We've been doing it for 10, 15 years. It's the same message.
But why? I'm with Mel. Why would you go on TV? Why would you send that senior person, and then to potentially get it wrong? It's lost on me.
Oh, in 2009. When Jenny and I both left the PMO and went to the Conservative Party, she went as Director of Political Operations, I went as Director of Communications. We had 3 or 4 by-elections called. 2 of them, we knew we had a really good shot at winning, but we told everyone we were not going to win it, even our own people in government staff.
Why?
The night of
why?
Because
you don't want them to have nice things? Why?
Because when we won, everyone, the morale boost that gave us going into it was huge.
But do you deflate them, Fred? Help me understand. Can you demotivate them by saying, well, we're not going to win this, and you kind of put down tools? You don't, do the GOTV as well?
No, you still give it your all if you're committed to the cause.
I appreciate that leading up to it. I get the setting expectations. I was on the bus with journalists in the last election, and we didn't set expectations. And I was on the bus. I was seeing how everybody loved Jagmeet, and I thought we were going to win all the seats in the last election. So I get
the bus is the worst place to see the campaign, by the way. But anyway, keep going.
It's the most lovely and magical place
it's a little bubble with endless food.
I'm the only one here who's never done that, and I'm grateful.
There you go. You need to do that. So I totally appreciate the setting expectations. I totally appreciate, tempering people in the way up. But by election night when the polls are closed, that just seemed a little bit odd to me.
Greg, 5-point lead or 5-vote lead. I imagine your phone is exploding like Happy New Year's, right? Fireworks with the congratulations. I mean,
more numbers.
We got more numbers. Okay. The Fred Delury decision desk.
We're Conservatives 111, Liberal 106. So 5.
Okay, 111 to 106 with the Conservatives now moving into the lead. This is, Greg, it's a seesaw. It's a roller coaster of emotions. How many polls you got there, Fred?
I got to scroll all the way down. 3 of 192.
Oh, of course, 84 names. Right, so this is 3 polls. Okay, so in one more poll, it was whatever, another 40, 50 votes.
We had 10 more votes.
Yeah, 10 more votes. Okay, there you go, 111 to 106. Have you ever Greg, do you ever remember the Liberals playing these psychological warfare games on their own people that Fred apparently engaged in by-elections? Like, you can't win, you're not winning?
You know, it's funny. Friday, the 28th, will be the 20th anniversary of the 2004 election, which was Paul Martin's first election. And again, when he won in December of the previous year, he was massive polls. And then that was a real kind of white knuckle kind of election. And there was a period of time where the Conservatives were ahead. A couple of Conservative MPs talked about what they were going to do, and that raised suspicions. It felt like the Conservatives were measuring the drapes, but we certainly, and then that was the first election with seat count projections, which I learned during that election to hate and not to trust. But yeah, I on that one, you know, usually you are, and I think the Conservative leader did an interview recently where he said he wants to act like he's 1 percentage point behind. Right. But, you know, the dogma is, you know, you act like you are, you know, 10 votes behind. I know of you know, there's lots of ridings where the Liberals were a lot more further behind and that speech doesn't work as well. But yeah, to motivate people, you really, you know, there's been a lot of, you know, by the skin of their teeth elections for the Liberals, 2004, you know, and the last two. You know, maybe minorities is the new normal for our parliament, but I'm still not following the motivation of why the Conservatives in the last couple of days have started to predict that they're going to lose this. Should you win it, it'll be interesting analysis.
Okay, I got to jump ahead of Fred here now because we have some good numbers. I got to scoop Fred Delore here. The Liberals are now at 243 votes. The Conservatives, Don Stewart, at 183. So it's a 13 percentage point lead, and it is 5 polls of 192 reporting. We're going to start. We're not getting, just so people know at home, when you watch the big election night, we're getting a data stream from Elections Canada, and it goes right in and it auto-populates. And what has to happen this time, because it's a single by-election, is we have to get it from the website, manually enter it, and create the graphics. So that's why there's going to be a little bit of lag, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the technical team, but an hour and 10 minutes in, I think there's a hunger for numbers, and sort of we'll try to give the numbers as quick as we can. But what is interesting, Melanie, is that with this, as I said, novelty menu-sized ballot with the 84 names, there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only about 10 candidates who actually have any votes, and it's like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, and it's 8 for the Greens, and then 38 for the NDP, 183. It's 13 with votes, I'm told. Anyway, what do you make of the trend line we're seeing? It's very early. There you go. Leslie Church, 243. Don Stewart, 183.
You've got mom, dad, maybe brother, sister voting for you for the other 80, whatever.
The Rhinoceros Party, the People's Party.
My parents would probably vote for me, so I get that you've getting a few votes everywhere else. You know, I think we're going to see more of this throughout the night. It was interesting that there was a little bit of a flip there. Now we've flipped right back to Liberals leading the Conservatives with a bigger lead too. So that's interesting. It'll obviously 5 polls out of 192. Way too soon to tell. But I mean, that's basically what we've been hearing from. Sorry.
We have another update. Florida 2, Edmonton 1. That was the flinch and the groan that you heard there from Melanie Richer.
Sorry.
Jacinta and Ali, by the way, are putting the graphics together for us with the voting numbers. There's no need to do a Florida Edmonton 1. We'll just get everyone updated on that. Fred, and what are your thoughts here now as we're starting to see, you know, some more numbers coming in? We got Leslie Stewart 291, or sorry, Leslie Church 291, Don Stewart 206. So a gain there by the Conservatives as it starts to move, but still only 6 polls out of 192.
Right.
Yeah, it's very early. We're gonna. I suspect it'll tighten up and bounce around throughout the evening. It's glad to see them coming in now.
Yes, this is a tremendous relief.
Yes, and they're coming in at a good pace. I think it'll pick up too, so the floodgates will open and we'll see.
In my experience, Fred, you know, Elections Canada puts out their numbers when they get them counted, but you have scrutineers in these, the parties do, have representatives and those are being counted. And often I find the parties have a count that is ahead of the public count. How much further ahead? Is it possible that Jenny Byrne, when she was speaking with Chris Glover, would have had a sense from the scrutineers? Like, how much further ahead would your internal numbers be?
Right now, they're probably getting, once they finish up the count, then they call into headquarters and they'll give the updates then. So that's probably happening now. They're probably getting tons of calls coming in. But when Jenny was giving her interview, she wouldn't have had that information.
Okay.
But look, she's been on the ground there. She has her, one of the top local campaign managers in the country, Amanda Kimber, running the local campaign there. So they would have a really good sense of what this result will be.
Also,
but regardless of what it is, she is going to say the same thing.
But her being there, by the way, we should point out, Chris Glover said this off the top of the show, Don Stewart used to work at a lobbying firm and a consulting firm. He was one of the associates, and Jenny Byrne and Associates, so that is another reason why she would be there tonight, right?
But also, again, she goes to by-elections all the time, wherever they are, whether they're competitive or not.
All right. I just got a text, Greg, from someone working on the church campaign, and it says razor close. That's what their internal numbers are showing them right now. So despite Jenny Byrne's liberal optimism, liberal pessimism is in equal, if not greater, supply.
I mean, they may have an idea. The election day, the lead up, you're trying to get out your identified vote. And Liberals always try to have, especially in urban ridings, a very efficient vote. I'm told that they had 400 volunteers today to get out the vote. So you do have some idea. You will have lists. You've had, identified Liberal, leaning Liberal, and those are the people that you want to make sure that they're out. And you may, have to call them. You may have to knock on their doors to make sure that they've shown up. And so you will have some idea of whether or not your identified vote at least got out.
Mel, I've become a bit of a prisoner of the narrative of it being a liberal-conservative battle, and we should ask about the New Democrats. I mean, Amrit Parhar is in third right now. 90 votes, 14.5 percentage points. There was no real sign of money and resources from the NDP being poured into this, probably because of the dynamics of the race. But what's a reasonable result here for the NDP, do you think? Where do they need to be? Because it is a Toronto seat, and that's where they do hope to grow.
Yeah, totally. I think as long as it looks, comparatively to the has in the last few elections, I think the NDP will be likely just fine with the result. Obviously, like we've mentioned earlier, you kind of want to win all of them, but you're not going to. So you have to put your resources in the ridings that you think you're going to win. But what I find interesting about, and we heard Rosemary and we heard Jenny talk about this earlier, of what do the MPs, Liberal MPs in the ridings closest to Toronto St. Paul's, how do they feel following this result? And I know that the NDP is seeing some growth in the places that they've done previously well, like in Davenport, like in Toronto Danforth. So I appreciate the folks who are typically Liberal voters feeling frustrated and finding another place to park their vote. And while the NDP may not necessarily see that in Toronto St. Paul's, they have started to see that shift happen in other places in Toronto.
Yeah, the last three elections, the NDP have had 16.8%, 15.8%, and 14.7%. Right now, they're sitting at 14.5%, so it's all in that kind of ballpark. But Greg, on that point, just to broaden it beyond Toronto St. Paul's, you did have Jenny Byrne specifically mention some Liberal-held ridings, and I know I've heard from Liberals who are worried about, what a narrower sort of result here would be, though they are right now up 13 percentage points. And the other key thing, I got to tell you this too, folks, 10,787 people voted in the advance polls. They're not counted yet, we don't think. They're certainly, I don't know if they're part of this or not. We have no indication that they are, but that's why these early numbers, while interesting, there's a whole massive chunk of votes coming that were there in the early voting. It's almost 13% of the electorate. But just going back to where I was, those other ridings around Toronto St. Paul, like Eglinton Lawrence, where Marco Mendicino is there, and sort of he's on one side of that, Gaza divide in the Liberal caucus, and a lot of the cabinet is on the other right now. What are your thoughts there?
What this by-election, I think, is kind of exposed is this is not news to anybody in the Liberal caucus that they're in this situation. No. What might be news is, there's some clues around this before. Leslie Church is a friend of mine, and I think she's a great candidate. But I'm aware, we're all aware, that it was not a contested nomination.
Right.
And this was a riding a few years ago when Carolyn, she had held it since 1997, and people start to talk about who's going to be the next person. There were some big names lined up. And so that sends a signal. I'm being very realistic, being a very realistic partisan here. That sends a message. And so people aren't unaware of this. And as Rosie Barton pointed out earlier, the Liberals have done a lot of things. They focus, Fred loves narratives, and they focus on the narrative of affordability in housing. Has it moved the meter? I think it has made Sean Fraser a very popular cabinet minister, but it doesn't seem to have affected the polls. Cabinet shuffle didn't do very much. They've tried a bunch of different things, but now your laundry is out for everyone to see. As someone has said, I think more than once on this show, this should not have been this tough a challenge for the Liberal Party.
Okay, we're getting some new numbers. We're going to show you what we have right now, where the standings are. Leslie Church at 291 for the Liberals, Don Stewart at 206 for the Conservatives, Emery Parhar at 90 for the NDP. Those have changed even since we put that graphic up. We'll get to those in a second. I just want to show you where the vote share has been going. This is sort of a trend line of how the election is going tonight. You can see the lines crossing there between the Liberals and the Conservatives in the very early beginnings of the race. Was 47% for the Liberals, 33% for the Conservatives. Based on some of the texts I'm getting from various Liberals, they're a little bit nervous compared to what those numbers would show, and we have a little bit more data from Elections Canada now. The Liberal percentage is down to about 45%. The Conservatives are up to 38%. So it's still a lead, Fred.
It's under that 8 points, though, that you mentioned.
It is. Right now, it's, 6 and a bit, right? That would be 6.5 percentage points right now. But look, again, early, and we got all the advance vote to come in. But what are your thoughts on where it's going now?
Yeah, well, it's like we thought it would tighten up, and that's what we're seeing. It's going to bounce around all night, I think. That 11,000 is very interesting, though. The 11,000
it's a big number.
Yeah. It's a huge number.
Yeah.
Who got them out? I was hearing previously, last week, that the Conservatives were feeling very good about that vote. So if this is tight all night until we get to that advance poll, that could really open things up for them.
Yeah.
If it's their vote.
I had heard that too, Mel, that some Liberals were saying we think the Conservatives did pretty good.
Right. Well, it was interesting too when JP was here earlier saying they were there for the advance poll, and everybody was saying they were upset with Justin Trudeau, and they weren't really able to find anybody who was participating in advance polls that was, very gung-ho for the Prime Minister. So seeing or hearing that the number is that big for advance voting, I would. That sounds like it could be a problem for the Liberals.
It is interesting that 10,787 people voted in the advance polls, 12.74%, in the general election last time. And I know more and more people just vote in the early voting. It's just easier.
So easy.
Monday in the summer, you might want to take a long weekend. You didn't know. There you go, 436 for Leslie Church, a 63-vote lead over Don Stewart, 373. Emery Parhar back at 102. But in the general election, they had a 21% early turnout, 17,401. But still, I don't know, Greg, by-election with that kind of turnout, that's high, right? Because if you go back to Durham, we only got a 30-something% voter turnout in total, and here you have almost 13% just in the advance voting.
Yeah, and the time that I've been active in politics, the advance poll has taken on more and more importance, and it's also, as you said, it's now easier to vote earlier. Much easier, more than one day. It used to be where people thought that they would be away on election day. Now people, you sell to the voter that you get it done. And then you don't have to worry about it should something come up that day. But what you're doing is it's that same list I talked about earlier where you've got your Liberals and your leaning Liberals and you want to get them locked in. I know that it's every party is going to say that they did their level best to get those out. I do know that the Liberals did as well. It was a big push of the many extra riding kind of volunteers that have come in. One of the things they worked on was that.
Okay, we're getting some more results coming in. We're going to update that and show them to you in a little bit. Liberal, it's ping-ponging back and forth, but we've got to wait, really, for the advanced polls before we can go anywhere. But we've got some questions we're going to throw to you. This is from the audience who are watching at home, taking a break from the Game 7 action to look at the oversized menu Ballotpalooza here. And this is a question for Fred from Ashland. It goes, hi, Fred. As this riding has 60% renters as residents, and the Conservatives have done a fabulous job in hammering home the pain points around cost of living, especially shelter costs, then what does a 10 percentage point plus defeat mean for the Conservatives in terms of maintaining the lead in the poll until the 2025 federal election? So if the Conservatives lose this by double digits, what does that mean in your view?
Well, look, I think it goes to the previous elections where we lose by 20 to 25% in this election. If we tighten this up to 10%, lose by 10, that's a win for us. The funny thing is, Conservatives are talking about, and a lot of people are talking about expectations. I wonder, if Trudeau and the Liberals do so poor in this that it does force his hand, that he has to make a decision on his future if they lose, is that good for the Conservatives? When you, in the grand scheme of things, Conservatives want Justin Trudeau to stay as the leader going into the next election. They do not want him to leave. So if they do worse than, lose by more than 10%, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing in the grand scheme of things for the Conservatives.
Okay, we got a question here from Osazaman O, and Osazaman, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Fred set it up perfectly. If the Prime Minister, Greg, decides to step down by the fall of this year, do you think the Liberals would have enough time to launch a leadership campaign and have their new leader get settled within the party as well as with Canadians in preparation for the next election? Side note, the panel is always great with discussing issues, so well done, guys. But what do you, I mean, this is the calendar is tough.
Yeah. Well, I think the example would be the Doug Ford leadership, correct? If I'm going from memory here, but that got turned around pretty quickly. And what's the saying? Nothing like hanging in the morning to clear the mind. You can be very, very motivated if that's what they should choose to do. I will say this though, Fred, like on election night in 2006, Paul Martin indicated that he wasn't going to stay on, and a lot of people thought that that was a mistake. So we talked on Friday on our regular panel about how my generation of Liberals, maybe another generation, are kind of haunted by the Chrétien-Martin wars and the ensuing echoes and how that wasn't helpful for us. So these are the things that we kind of look at. That the leadership campaign in 2006 was ultimately not a great one for the Liberal Party, in terms of electoral success. And that was a brokered delegated convention. So if they needed to do it, I think they could absolutely do it.
Okay, some more numbers there. We're just showing you on the screen. These are the most recent numbers. 616 for Leslie Church, 477 for Don Stewart, 136 for Emery Parhar. It is now a 10.6 percentage point lead. So there you go, Fred. They're losing by the 10 percentage points that we were asked when it comes to housing. But again, there's still a lot of votes to come in this. We're not into those massive advanced polls. It doesn't appear this is only 11 of 192, so that's 5.73% of votes reporting. Mel, your thoughts on those questions. What does, if the Conservatives lose by double digits, what does that mean? And if there is a change in the Liberals, do they have enough time?
Right. I think I agree with Fred on this one. If the Conservatives showing is close to what they usually do in this riding, if it's in the high teens, in the 20s, then that to me is a story. But if they've been able to narrow the gap in a place that a lot of people think is a safe Liberal riding, then that, I think you can go home and be pretty happy with that result. As it relates to renters, I actually thought that was interesting earlier when, I forget who shared this, but it was 60% of folks in the riding are renters.
Chris Glover, I think, said that, or him or Ithel, I can't remember.
Okay, that is really interesting because when you're talking about housing, it's hard to talk about helping people find a place to live when you're talking about renters, when you're talking about, or to renters directly. So it'll be interesting, as we do the debrief of this by-election, how that plays out, because I think this is a reality where parties will have to shift the way that they talk about housing to talk more directly to renters. And I don't think that any party has successfully kind of nailed how to do that. And in a place like Toronto, we saw it. Olivia Chow really narrowed down on talking to folks who may just rent all their lives, which before that wasn't really a reality that folks had. So to see how that plays out in this riding tonight, I think will be super interesting.
On the leadership.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
calendar.
Yeah.
I'm going to get you in front on that because we got Craig there. And now look, the Prime Minister says he's not leaving. They're winning right now, so do not think I'm advocating or pushing it. I'm just curious. Someone watching wanted to know this.
Yeah.
You've all been part of these things. I mean, is there enough time? Is enough time to get established? Would that be the kind of change that would help cleanse the palate of the country? I don't know. What do you think?
It's hard to say, right? People are really unhappy, and a lot of that unhappiness is tied to the Prime Minister. But like we saw earlier, that unhappiness is kind of tied to all leaders right now. We're seeing all leaders have high, not unfavorables, but high.
Just everyone's mad at everybody right now. Melanie, it's the only way to describe it, right?
Totally. And if you pull the Prime Minister away, does that mean that anger goes away a little bit? Maybe. Does that mean that turns things around for the Liberals? Maybe. But I'm going to go back to what we talked about earlier when we talked about how people vote usually for the leader, and if they don't know who the leader is, now a lot of folks don't necessarily know who Pierre Poilievre is either. So maybe that's a more fair contest at this point. Who knows? But that's a tight turnaround within a year to try to get, your next person. And you have to consider you're going to go through a leadership contest first. There isn't really, we've talked about a few of the ministers who are doing a good job, but people don't actually know those folks yet. So to get people out there and to get Canadians to know who they actually are, that's going to be a tough runway.
Okay, I just want to pause for a second because I do want to go back to Leslie Church's downplaying expectations headquarters, I think is what we'll call it right now. Ithel standing by with Liberal MP Charles Sousa.
Yeah, that's right. Good evening. David, some of the poll results are coming in. There's a lot of happiness, lots of clapping. As you mentioned, I'm joined by Liberal MP Charles Sousa representing Mississauga Lakeshore. How are you feeling tonight about Church's chances?
I mean, I feel great. I've known Leslie Church a long time. She's an outstanding individual. She'll be a great addition to our team. And so it's important for us to have that rejuvenation of someone like Leslie Church who brings some experience, and the community seems to be supporting her too, which is what we need going forward.
Okay, so you said rejuvenation. I like that you use that word because a lot of voters have been talking about the need for change. Tell me about that and why you think rejuvenation is important, particularly in this riding.
Make no mistake, we have a strong team. We have a great caucus, and Leslie comes with a world of experience. And Carolyn Bennett has been such an outstanding representative of the area. We need someone of equal stature to enable us to continue doing so. And Leslie is outstanding. So her rejuvenation is her different perspective. And we need to have a wide degree of points of view. And the caucus is a large caucus, very diverse, and Leslie brings some diversity to us as well.
This has been a Liberal stronghold, as you know, for decades. It's seen as one of the safest ridings for Liberals, but many people think that this is going to be a very close race. What do you think that says, if anything, about the federal Liberals? Is that a reflection of the party?
I mean, every race is important. Every race is difficult, and nothing should be taken for granted. And Leslie hasn't taken anything for granted, nor has the Liberal Party. We recognize the importance of ensuring that the voter and that those that we represent appreciate the work that's being done. And I'm hopeful that people will come to appreciate what it is and the decisions that they're making relative to what is out there, right? I mean, the Prime Minister, he always comes from behind. He's always been fighting uphill every time he runs a battle, and nothing is taken for granted. So we recognize that this by-election, like every election that we do, matters. It matters to the voters, and that matters to us.
So you don't think at all that this is a reflection of how people are feeling about Justin Trudeau and his leadership?
I think the reflection that people will have, and mindful that we're in a by-election, right? So people aren't really attuned necessarily. It's not like it's a general election, but still there was a lot of discussion around this by-election, and that's an important thing to have. And I actually welcome that, and because it allows people to then to make a decision. Well, wait a minute, what are we actually choosing here? Are we looking at a leader that is positive, is providing support, economic renewal? I mean, the Prime Minister never gives up. He's always on every issue. And they're difficult issues. There are challenges for sure. but we need someone that's stable and able to get it done. The alternative is not showing that ability, and I think people see that.
I've spoken to voters this afternoon. I was talking to voters on the street. They're saying things like, the housing affordability crunch. That's a big issue, particularly in this riding. 60% are renters. The cost, of living, it's just becoming untenable. Why is Leslie Church the right person to tackle these issues? Why is the Liberal government the right?
Because of those very issues you just mentioned. There are real issues, there are real concerns, there are real challenges, and you need someone that will offer real solutions. And the Liberal Party has been providing solutions on all those issues around affordability. They've been providing rentals protection, they've been providing support and acceleration for more housing. They're providing a lot of support for the younger generation. And the opposition and the Conservative Party are not offering any solution. In fact, they're voting against those measures. They're voting against people's livelihoods. And there's a lot of misinformation. And people are smart. Voters are smart. And they're smart to vote for Leslie Church.
Charles Sousa, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
That was Charles Sousa, an MP for Mississauga Lakeshore. As you heard, David, there's some cheering. So either some more poll results have come in or we've gotten a goal or something?
No, if there's no goal, there's still an intermission. Florida is leading 2-1, waiting for the third period to come up. So let's go Oilers. And let's go Elections Canada. Let's get some numbers. We're going to show you the latest that we have. This is where we are right now. 93 minutes since polls closed. We have a 121 vote lead for Leslie Church over Don Stewart of the Conservatives. That's about 9 percentage points in round numbers as a share of the vote. And right now we have 6.25% of the votes counted, 12 polls of 192, a massive number of votes expected to come in the advanced voting. And so right now what you're seeing is the Liberals have held a share of the lead pretty much for the most part. There was a narrow window of time there after like 4 polls were in maybe where the Conservatives were in the lead, but there you go. You can see the percentages, you can see the sort of the trend line as we get them. 46.2% for the Liberals, 37.5% for the Conservatives. And melt, those NDP, they're down to 10.1%. That's down below what we list as a benchmark for success. I'm not blaming you for that. I'm just flagging it.
It's just fine.
Yeah, well, I don't want the NDP to get mad at me for leaving them out, so I want to mention that. Fred, we were talking about the whole leadership question, leadership issues, before that, and because we did get a question from the audience asking, should the Liberals make a change? Is there enough time to do it effectively? What are your thoughts on timing? And also, you say the Conservatives want Trudeau to stay. Who would they not want to run against next time?
So on the first thing on timing, I lived through this in 2018 with the Ontario PCs. I had the immense honor to be Christine Elliott's campaign manager in Ontario when she ran against Doug Ford. It was 6 weeks of chaos because we were a month or two away from the general election being called. So we had to obviously run a full leadership race in just 6 weeks, which was the most fun I've ever had on a race. It was 7 days a week. I went days without showering. I got up in the morning. I went to my home office and I was there all day.
So it was business as usual.
Well, yeah, pretty well. The showering part especially. No, it was, but it was so intense. And it was a great race. We had a really interesting race. My candidate got 52% of the vote and lost, which was unfortunate. But we got a good leader in Doug Ford, who was gracious also to build the team immediately after. He went out and got people from all the different leadership camps.
One of the few incumbents not tanking either. You know what I mean? Like Ford has been there and he's sustaining a reasonably high approval rating, which is interesting to see.
Yeah, and we went right into that election a month later. I was director of field operations, co-director with Jenny Byrne, and we went and we cleaned up in that election. So we were able to do a lot very quickly. And with the federal Liberals, they could absolutely do that if they get the right leader that can come in and win, if they get the right leader.
Even with the sort of that membership process they have now where it's open and it's supporters, it's, it's
still 100 points per riding. It's the exact same system the Ontario PCs and the federal system use, except for it's free to join. You don't have to pay, but it's still 100 points per riding, 343 ridings for the next parliament. So you still have that diverse regional block of voters that will will make the decision.
So back to my other question. You say they want Trudeau to stay, Trudeau wants to stay, and you say that's who they would love to run against in the next election. Who would they not want to run against? Is there someone right now?
The only name I think that gives pause, and I'm not saying they don't want to run against, but gives pause, is Mark Carney. Every other leader...
Carbon tax Carney, as they call him now.
I believe, from what I'm told, they already have ads ready to go the day Trudeau says he's stepping down to attack Carney, to define him quickly.
Really?
Yes.
They've been trying to drag him to committee. You know, it's fascinating to say the Conservatives who won't answer questions about some of their basic policies, like industrial carbon pricing, saying that, yeah, but Mark Carney's not even running for anything. It's like he needs to come and explain himself. Okay, I think we have some more numbers. Is that what's going on here, gang? We're going to put this up on the screen. Look at that. It's a torrent of votes coming in now. Leslie Church with 798 votes to Don Stewart's 630. It's just under 10 percentage points. 9.9% percentage point lead for the Liberals right there, with 15 of 192 polls reporting. So it's coming in kind of slow, but you're seeing a consistent close to 10 percentage points, sort of seesawing back and forth, but not getting down to like the low single digits or 5% or below the Iggy line, Greg, as we were talking about earlier. What do you make of that little nugget that Fred had there, that should there be a change and someone like Carney were to get into it, I'm not surprised to learn that the Conservatives have attack ads ready to go.
Yeah, they've certainly telegraphed that they are very interested in Mark Carney. I think
they see him as the guy.
Yeah, and I've said this before, I encourage Mr. Carney to attend Liberal events, because when he's being attacked, Liberal partisans will come out and support him and defend him. Yeah. But, you know, when you're just doing the think tank speeches, you know, that it does give a little bit of a reference to Ignatieff. And one of the other things about the 2006 Liberal leadership was the length of it meant that there were a bunch of people that were kind of in the race and tire kicking. And I remember doing an event in Vancouver where we had to come up at the hotel with the number of seats for the potential candidates. I can't remember if it was 12 or 14. It was ridiculous. Some of these people didn't last it past August. And it just uses up time and resources. David, can I make a quick correction? Earlier I said that Leslie Church was not opposed for the nomination. She was. Emma Richardson did challenge her for that.
Okay, right, and Leslie Church she won fairly significant margin. Right, okay. Yeah. Well, thank you, Greg. Accountability is a very important function.
I'm very transparent that I'm wrong.
If I'm ever wrong, I will admit it as well.
Well, there was that one time you thought you were wrong, but that was your mistake, right?
That was the mistake. Yeah, I thought I was wrong, but I was wrong.
All right, well, we are seeing a few more numbers coming in. We'll give them time, but there's nothing moving in a way that is earth-shattering here. It's not like another goal in the hockey game. It is going very slow. Look, the Prime Minister right now, you know, he's never lost. His party is winning a by-election tonight, even if it is with a reduced margin. And the conversation just naturally shifts to this parlor game. As I said to him when he was here, the parlor game is, you know, why you should quit and when are you going to leave? And he basically says, I shouldn't quit and I'm not going to. And here we are, like there is this obsession with Mark Carney in some circles of the Liberal Party, and certainly in the research units of the Conservative Party of Canada, it seems. I mean, what do you just make of this? Like, there's polls every 10 minutes now, and it's just, in some ways, that, like, 3 polls come out in the span of 3 days, measuring the same time period and the same set of issues, and it's each treated like a new chapter in a book, when it's kind of like the same opening paragraph to the same story. So here we are, right? This is where the political dynamic is.
Totally, and you pointed to the Prime Minister's interview of, yes, I'm running and I'm not going anywhere, because that part is missing. Like that next part of like, why are you sticking around? What is it that you're going to give for people? What's next? I think that part is missing. It's fascinating to me that, you know, that there's maybe a little bit of worry for Mark Carney. I think Mark Carney would be a gift to the NDP. So if that's who comes next, awesome, bring them on. I
may not be worried so much as just preparation.
Fine, yeah, fair. But I can appreciate why, right? Like on one side, I think for a lot of folks, they would think that Mark Carney is probably more disconnected than what they're going through than the Prime Minister is. So if you've got a communication challenge with the Prime Minister of what real people are going through today, I don't know how you fix that with somebody like Mark Carney. But on the flip side of there are a lot of people who are upset with the Prime Minister because they think that the Prime Minister has had a few step backs or a few mistakes on the world stage, or a few he's not necessarily taken as seriously as other world leaders. And Mark Carney would kind of fix that a little bit. And in the absence of Pierre Poilievre reading the
NSICOP
NSICOP report,
report,
the absence of acting statesman-like. I could see how Mark Carney could actually be a little bit of a threat to Pierre Poilievre, but I just find it such a fascinating conversation, to your point of we've got polls every day, we're having this conversation every day, and it feels like we've been having this conversation for a year and a half now, and nothing has changed. So at what point do, you know, my mom used to always say to me, if you always do what you always did, you always get what you always got. So at one point, do you switch it up a little bit and see, okay, well, obviously this isn't working, so what are we going to do to change that? And I think regardless of what the election result is tonight, I think that's something that the Liberals have to ask themselves.
Okay, we're going to take a look at the latest numbers just to give you an update of where this particular race is right now. Leslie Church is still in front, the Liberal candidate. 857 votes to 686 for Don Stewart. Those have even updated in a last little while, but it's still a fairly consistent lead for the Liberals at this point with a very, I called it a torrent of votes sarcastically. Jonathan Kalis texted me to say it's more of a bit torrent of votes. And you can see that there. You can see, yeah, less than 2,000 votes counted, nearly 2 hours, an hour and 42 minutes since the polls closed. And again, we're still waiting for that nearly 11,000 drop of votes from the advance poll. So that's clearly taken a little bit of time. But right there, you can see it's about a 9.3 percentage point lead at this stage in the race. You know, it's now moving up to about 10 at this stage in the race. So look, I'm getting texts. We're going to bring in Rosemary Barton, our chief political correspondent, on this. Rosemary, I'm getting a couple of texts from Liberals worried, thinking it's tight, razor thin is what they said. And I asked them about, well, what do you make of what Jenny Byrne is saying? And they're like, she's trolling us. So, you know, there's no trust for the Jenny Byrne decision desk in Liberal ranks. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing from these numbers at this point?
I mean, I suppose that's possible, and I heard you all talk about why she would do that. I'm not sure that she would go that far. I think she would couch it if she was uncertain. Listen, it's as close as we had been expecting and that Liberals have been forecasting. They are still pulling ahead, though, and that will be of some relief for people. Just to go back to, as you say, the parlor game, which about the Prime Minister's future, which, to be clear, I do think will have to settle down at some point after tonight, and Liberal MPs that I've talked to have said that to me as well. The window for changing the leader is closing, and so, you know, if he can get out of tonight and then sort of move forward, I think that window closes and he stays as long as he wants. However, all that being said, we know that there are a handful of people that are interested in this job, and to varying degrees are, I hesitate to even say organizing, but preparing. And we know that Liberals are aware that succession planning is necessary. It doesn't have to look like the Chrétien Martin fight. It can be something normal and healthy and something that will lead them to the next person. The problem is if tonight is not great and people, as I say, get nervous, those people might spring into action in a much more aggressive way. And I would say that the person who has the biggest sort of team around him is Mark Carney at this stage. And he also has a platform with the organization Canada 2020, where he's able to go around and give speeches about Liberal topics, and he has platforms related to his previous job. So he certainly is the person who's testing the water and has people talking in his ear the most, but there are other people too. And I think the thing to watch for will be, even if the Liberals win tonight, does anyone in that group see what happens and say, I actually am not going to wait around anymore. It is no longer his decision when he gets to leave. I want to be the person deciding that. And then the other factor in that too, David, and you and I have talked about this, is that there are also Liberals who are very worried about the brand, who believe that if the Prime Minister stays and loses with the polls that we have now, that the Liberal brand gets damaged beyond repair. I'm not sure I agree with that assessment, but I understand where the nervousness would come from. So those are a couple things to keep in mind as the night goes on. But I really think it's important for people to know that there is no open push for the Prime Minister to leave, as of right now anyway.
No, and I would largely agree with that. Even people who you speak with who are in the caucus who say they would like to maybe see see it change because of the circumstances. They're saying he has earned the right, and they respect that. And I appreciate that they want the conversation about it to calm down. But we've got a daily political show to do here, right? And people have that. But it continues to be the conversation, Rosie. But you're not wrong in that it is a question that has been asked and repeatedly answered. And just because the people who are grumbly about them don't like the answer, it doesn't mean it's going to necessarily change, unless there is a big external factor that does it for them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, even if the Prime Minister thought privately about leaving, and I personally don't think that's the case, we wouldn't know. There'd be like two people that would know, and he would never give you a different answer. But yeah, if something were to change, and he suddenly started to think that this is not the best way for him to leave, then you could see how things might change. Going back to Melanie's point about why he's staying, the conversations that I have had with him, both in front of a camera and behind a camera, and with people around him, he doesn't like that word legacy, but there is something to his thinking. He believes that there is work that he needs to finish. And there is a lot of concern from him and others that the work that they've put in place will be undone. No question. Yeah, and they want that sort of stuff solidified in a way that would make it very difficult for the Conservatives to undo, because they would undo some of it for sure. So those are some of what the reasons I think that are motivating him to keep in the job, if I can say. But again, like politics changes very quickly, and maybe tonight we'll settle things down around this conversation for the summer, and maybe it won't.
Yeah, Rosie, just as a final point on that, when you're running an election campaign, you kind of got to do three things, right? You have to defend your record, prosecute your opponents, but then also offer that vision for the future. And when I asked the Prime Minister the question last week that what is it you want to do in a fourth term that you couldn't get done in the first three, he responded with like a continuation answer, like continue to meet the moment. And like that's a status quo answer in a time of change, right? And that's what I wonder about. And that's what I was trying to get from him with that question. And that's the thing that is challenging, because as Mel keeps reminding us, the new things they're putting in the window are things the NDP demanded be put in the window as part of the supply and confidence agreement. Like, where's that sort of liberal agenda initiative?
Well, some of them. I would argue that the housing, the massive housing project is theirs. And if we start to see progress on that is a huge legacy piece. Now, it's one, too, they came to much too late, for sure. Right. But it remains something that they are planning to do anyway. I mean, I remember that answer. I didn't think it was a great answer, to be honest. But maybe he's hoping that the compare and contrast outweighs the what's next in this case. Because as of now, there are still lots of things that we don't know about what Pierre Poilievre would plan to do. And maybe those things will be just as appealing because no one wants Justin Trudeau anymore. But maybe they won't be. And I think the Liberals are putting a lot of faith in that idea as well.
Okay. All right, Rosemary, thank you so much for joining us. That's Chief Political Correspondent Rosemary Barton. We're going to show you the latest numbers that we have, and I know Fred is itching to get in there. The latest we have, I tell you, it's moving fast now, gang. Hold on, you better seatbelt in. 18 of 192 polls. We're almost up to 9.5% of the votes coming in. Leslie Church has opened up a blistering 192 vote lead over Don Stewart for the Conservatives. You can see the Greens on there. We had a request from Christine E., who is watching at home. How are the Greens doing? So we popped them on there, and look, there's 84 candidates running in this by-election. We are not going to do all 84. Just to let you know, the Greens are at 76, and the People's Party of Canada candidate Dennis Wilson is at 9. That would be the 5th place. Everyone else is at 4 or below. Fred, you wanted to jump in there when Rosie was saying something. What do you got for us?
Yeah, on the Carney part about what I think he brings to the Liberal Party, right now, people are hungry for change in Canada. And that's where a lot of the Conservative support is. They want change. If you look at all the contenders or cabinet ministers that could be running, Anita Anand, Melanie Joly, Dominic LeBlanc, Sean Fraser, Chrystia Freeland, they're not change. They're all a part of Team Trudeau and have been this whole time. Carney is change. So that's where I think a threat does come from to the Conservatives as well. If you have this really a new person enter into the fray that can win a leadership, he could be the change Canadians want. And that could be where the threat is to the Conservatives, and at the same time the potential to save what looks to be a sinking Liberal ship.
You know, I listened to a very interesting bit of polling analysis by a woman named Kyla Ron-Ellen-Fitch, who used to work with David Hurley at the Gondoff Group and worked in the States. She did a very good conversation on a podcast where she did a lot of this deep diving on the polling and basically came to the conclusion that if there is change, people don't want anyone who's closely associated with this cabinet and with this government, you know, to Fred's point, because you're saying like physical cosmetic change is not messaging and policy and directional change, right?
Totally. You know, we were chatting quickly earlier that just because you change the messenger, if you don't change the message, nothing's going to change, right? And a lot of these folks are saying the same thing. And we saw Minister Freeland say very similar things than what the Prime Minister said, which is, well, it's worse in other countries. And when you're having a hard time, when you know, mortgage payments are up, even though the interest rate's coming down, people are still paying way more than they used to. It's a bit of a slap in the face when, you know, you say, hey, I'm having a hard time, and the response is, well, it's worse elsewhere. So I think until you're able to completely rehaul the way that you meet people and meet people where they're at, every one of the ministers in his cabinet are evidently going to have a hard time.
And Greg, overlaying all of this is a complexity that even with interest rate cuts in June, possibly interest rate cuts in July, possibly interest rate cuts in September, those are still up from where they were 4 or 5 years ago when people got into those cheap COVID-era mortgages. And so even if it's coming down, their payments are still going to come up when they're renewing over the course of this year and into the election cycle of next year.
Yeah, and it also means that people that might want to move aren't going to. They're going to stay put. I have a good mortgage rate, and so I'm going to stay exactly where I am. To Mel's point, though, there was this challenge where the Conservatives were saying that Justin Trudeau created inflation, and he only created it in Canada.
Yeah.
So
which is quite the feat.
It is, and so he's brought it down, which is amazing. But that's the thing where you really need to be very nimble in how you explain that and say, you know, first of all, it's global inflation. One of the things one of the backbench Liberal MPs said to me, at one point we were saying global inflation and we just stopped and we started saying inflation. There are little ways that you could be communicating better that they weren't.
Same as carbon tax, same as carbon rebate, same as
Right, because global inflation or inflation, then there's just inflation, as we all remember, right? Which is where they started to pin. I was saying on Metro Morning in Toronto earlier today that everything the Conservatives do now is through the lens of how do we blame the Prime Minister for this? And like if your dog ran away, there's probably a tweet saying Trudeau left the gate open. You know, it's that level of sort of attack. And to your point, they did it on complex economic factors.
Yeah, and we talked on one of the Friday panels about why some of the provincial premiers were pivoting to pick a fight out of nowhere with the federal government. Well, they don't poll as much in the provinces as they do daily in Ottawa, and so you know we weren't seeing the background of why they needed a distraction fight.
Right. So I had a point I wanted to make earlier that I asked you all to remind me of, and you all forgot.
I wrote it down.
You've got a point
you wrote it down.
make.
I wrote it down too. So this goes back to that earlier round of by-elections that we were talking about that you mentioned, where the Conservatives kind of underperformed. You know, Winnipeg South, Oxford, and Mississauga Lakeshore, and these things. The one where they didn't underperform was Portage Lisgar, and I wonder if that was really the whole point of that. They went in there and they smoked Maxime Bernier. We don't talk about the People's Party of Canada anymore. We don't talk about the vote splitting them shaving votes off on the right. And sorry, control room, did Connor McDavid just score? Is it 2-2? This is the most important update of the game, right? I think, I don't know if McDavid got a goal. All right, they were just showing a Connor McDavid highlight, and I was it's still 2-1 Florida. Sorry, gang, didn't mean fake news. Anyway, going back to Portage Lisgar, like we don't talk about Max Bernier anymore, right? He still does his stuff, but you don't worry about, the Conservatives don't worry about him shaving off in like the smaller big cities of Ontario. They'd be much larger, you know, being an Atlantic Canadian, like St. Catharines, Niagara, Kitchener, you know, and London. It doesn't seem to be a factor. Right now they've got 13 votes. Now I know that's down to Toronto, but is that the point of what they wanted to do in that? Is just stamp out the PPC?
It certainly makes sense. And obviously they absolutely wanted to stamp out PPC. That was a big issue, a burning issue for a lot of caucus members after the last election, where they cost us 5 seats that we could have won if PPC didn't exist. And there was a concern, though, that they actually cost us dozens of seats, which I don't think is accurate, but that was a fear. So there's absolutely, they did go in there, and they ran pretty far to the right in those by-elections last year, which I think in some ways harmed them. and there's always the risk of that. But the PPC right now doesn't have an issue. They don't have, they only rose up because of vaccine mandates in the 21 campaign. They don't have anything like that. Immigration is something they're very hard on right now, but it's not working for them to galvanize any type of support from what I'm seeing.
Right, okay. Just to give you an idea of the latest numbers, it's still coming in slow, but it's about a 10-point lead for Leslie Church of the Liberals over the Conservatives, about 155 vote lead right now in Toronto, St. Paul's. Leslie Church over Don Stewart with 20 of 190. So we're only 10% of the polls of votes have been counted, so 20 of 192 polls. We're going to go back to Conservative Party headquarters, where Conservative Party, where Chris Glover is standing by with a guest. Chris, take it away.
Hey, David. Well, yeah, the party here is bumping a lot more than the last time that we talked to you. And I right now have Logan Stitt. He is one of the younger volunteers and campaign organizers, a part of this group. You've been helping out with this campaign, and you're just 16 years old. Tell me, why was it that you wanted to get involved with the campaign, help with the organizing, go on the door knocking? What's motivating you to get out and be a part of this?
Because I feel the Conservative Party has the best message for Canadians, and that's to try to fix this mess that Trudeau has caused through his inflationary spending and his out-of-control recklessness and his honestly, his condescending to Canadians. And I've always been a supporter of the Conservative Party, and I feel that this is a good cause, and I felt this by-election was going to be historic, it was going to be important, and I said, I think I want to be here and I want to get involved. So a couple weeks back, I came and introduced myself.
How are you feeling tonight? We've seen some of the results coming through already. The Liberal candidate out in front. How are you feeling seeing these results coming through?
I'm feeling optimistic because regardless of the result tonight, whether we win, whether we lose, I think we still sent a true message to the Liberals and the Conservatives. The Conservatives can do well in ridings like these, which have been traditionally Liberal since 1993 with the popular incumbent, and now she's gone. So we have an opportunity, and we proved that we can succeed in ridings like these and outperform expectations.
What's the margin that you're going to be looking for in order to label tonight a success? Because Jenny Burns, Pierre Poilievre's advisor, was on speaking with me earlier. She's here at this party as well, and she was saying the Conservatives don't have a hope in winning this seat tonight. So knowing that from Jenny Burns and hearing everything that you've just said, what are you going to look for in terms of, that was a success for the campaign?
I'm going to look for the result that happened in 2011 when Harper won his majority, which was an 8% margin. So I'm looking for above or below an 8%. That's going to really give us an indication of how this electorate is feeling and how well the Conservatives and the Liberals performed.
We were talking earlier on the broadcast about the issues that are pushing people out to vote. And there's often a ballot box question that folks go to the polls and think about as they're casting their ballot. For you, given the door knocking that you've done, given all the people that you've talked to through the work that you've done on the campaign, what are you thinking the ballot box question is in this by-election?
I would say the housing crisis. I would say the economy, the increased inflation over the past 10 years, the interest rates, which are making it more harder for people to buy a home and invest in a home and put down a down payment. And I think young people, especially like myself, are very concerned that we'll ever be able to buy a home one day. And it's very concerning. I think that's what really drove people to the ballot box, even parents, because they're worried about their own kids. They don't want to have their kids live with them, even though they love them. They want to have their independence for their children. And right now, they're not seeing an optimistic future for Canadians.
One of the things that I've noticed as I've worked the room and talked to a lot of the folks who are here at this party tonight is that a lot of them, like yourself, are from outside of this riding. From Oakville, you were saying. Okay. And so outside of the city of Toronto, coming in to help with the campaign, here to celebrate tonight. But what does that say to you, that so many of the volunteers and the people who are part of this campaign don't live in this riding?
I would say that means Conservatives are energized, and I think we care about winning this riding. I think we do. We did see a lot of volunteers from this riding, but I think you're right that there's a lot from outside of this riding in greater GTA areas, even in southwestern Ontario. But I think it just shows how energized Conservatives are to win this by-election and to give it momentum so we can win the 2025 election coming up, either in the spring or the scheduled fall.
Another one of the issues that came up on the show earlier was the fact that there's a lot of fatigue or frustration around Justin Trudeau particularly. But one of the commentators that we had on the program was talking about whether or not Pierre Poilievre had more likability himself, if tonight we would not be seeing a better result for the Conservatives. What do you think of that in terms of Pierre Poilievre's likability, especially going forward with the general election potentially next year?
I would say he does have a lot of likability, especially compared to Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh. I think there's still a lot of work to do. We have a year ahead. There's a lot of movement that Pierre can make in his likability and in our seat count. We're seeing that even higher, but I think there's still a lot of movement that can be done. And I think you're right about voter fatigue.
Okay, and Logan, I've talked to a lot of people in this room. I think hands down you know more than most of the people here. You're 16, you said your parents aren't even involved in politics. Should we all expect to see a candidate Logan Stitt years down the line? What do you think?
I think eventually. I definitely hope to run under the Conservative banner one day, whether that be federally, provincially, whether that be in municipal politics. I want to get involved and make a difference, and I think that this experience in my youth is really going to help me with that.
All right, Logan, well, it's cool to see you already this involved. And David, I think maybe I secured Logan's first ever interview on the national broadcaster. How exciting is that?
Well, Chris, Logan, I think, will be joining the Power panel next week on Power and Politics. You know, he was 3 years old in that 2011 election that he's looking to see replicated. Apparently, it's been most of his life. He's been waiting for that return of a strong, stable, Conservative majority government since he was 3 years old, and to get inflation down. Anyway, heck of an interview, Chris. Say hi to Logan for us here in the studio. All right, we're going to show you the latest numbers. Greg, I thought at first he could have been one of the voters that Carolyn Bennett delivered because of his age, but then he said he's from outside. He's out from outside the riding.
And now he's just going to take Fred's seat.
Yeah, there you go. You know, I bet you there's a video of Pierre Poilievre at 16 doing an interview like that somewhere. Like there's a Calgary Sun story or a Calgary Herald story from his days back then, you know. So, all right, well, let's see. Maybe Logan isn't running, but let's have a look at the latest numbers that we have from Toronto St. Paul's. Leslie Church with 11,159 votes, a 255 vote lead over Don Stewart, who is 904 for the Conservatives. Again, the numbers they're moving a little bit here now on my screen, but you're looking at a 10, 11-point lead for the Liberals, as we'll show you now the trend line as it moves through the various polls, how it's gone, the vote share, which gives us a sense of just how this race has gone. You can see there a 10-point lead for the Liberals over the Conservatives. So they're holding on to double digits right now. Sorry, what was that, control room? So, yeah, it's pretty consistently there. You can see it, you know, if this was an EKG, you know, you're calling the nurse. The line is flat and it's not moving, but you know, it is sort of locked in there right now. So Greg, when you look at this looks like, hey, that's pretty good if you're a Liberal. They've got a 10-point lead. I know the numbers are early, and I've got so many nervous messages, Greg, from nervous Liberals who are worried about where this is going. Why so anxious even now? Is it the big advance polls? What are people worried about that you're hearing?
Yeah, I'm just checking the message board in Elections Canada, and there's a little bit of an update. I think Leslie is 400 votes in front of the Conservative.
Yeah, she's got a 12-point lead, 11 and a half.
Yeah, so it's a
lead right
little
now.
update.
Little tiny bump.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look, you know, I just reiterate what I said. The fact that we are paying this much attention to the seat of Toronto St. Paul's is indicative of national polling, a party that's been around for a while, a party that has had challenges for longer than the past year. And, you know, I think, you know, Fred and Mel will probably confirm this. On the inside, you often know what's coming long before it's out there. I remember in December of 2005, polls were still good for the Liberals, but we could feel it on the campaign that we were starting to, like, it was winnowing away. So this is not news. Is this going to be a focus point going into the summer? I'm sure it is. People are going back to their constituencies regardless of what happens tonight. And, you know, I think it'll have a big influence on the Liberal Summer Caucus when they meet at the end of the summer to plan for what happens this fall.
Mel, what are your thoughts based on everything you're hearing so far?
Yeah, I mean, they're doing better, I guess, than the way that the night started based on some of the folks from Liberal headquarters that were talking. I was expecting different kind of numbers. I think the nervousness is probably exactly what you pointed out to, the advanced polls and the fact that, you know, we've been hearing that Conservatives were successful in bringing their vote out for advanced polls. So we'll see once that vote is added into the tally tonight what that looks like for the Liberals. But yeah, it's interesting.
I got an email from Lloyd, who's watching at home, calling me an idiot and saying that he hopes that when Trudeau's the Prime Minister, he'll defund the fake news, and he sent it from his iPad. So thank you for watching, Lloyd. For as long as we can.
It's from your McDavid screw up earlier.
Yeah, it must be.
Like, God damn
I was really excited. I thought Edmonton might, go Oilers. What can I say? But Fred, despite the concerns that the Liberals have been expressing, I mean, again, like with this 11,000 sitting there in the advance polls, right? Who knows? But you're getting it up to about a 12.5 or 11.5 percentage point lead right now.
Yeah, that's still a 10% drop from the last election.
Sure. But we're talking about tonight, right? Like,
sure.
Yeah. But
what
whether
it
they win or
means,
not.
what it means for, as Jenny mentioned in her interview, but all those other ridings that with much smaller margins, when you're dropping like this, it's gonna be trouble. These other ridings that are seeing this, so that will see this. So it's certainly. 10% it's not good if you're the Liberals, if that's what the result is.
Okay, I'm going to go to some of the questions while we're waiting for the numbers to come in. This is from Albert L., who says, everybody seems agreed that a Liberal loss will be real bad news for the Prime Minister. Greg, I'll put this to you. What's a bad loss for Pierre Poilievre? 9-point loss, double digits, maybe 12? At what number is it a rejection of Poilievre? I mean, is there a bad loss for them if it's cutting the lead substantially from the 2021 general? Well, what's your spin there?
Yeah, I don't think this cuts both ways. I think, perhaps if Durham had been a bad result, the Conservatives have played around with some of the nominations. Even there was, some weirdness in Alberta this weekend. So if that had been a bigger issue, I think it would have. But at this point, I mean, I do wonder if part of the Conservatives, we've heard, like they put the brakes on predicting a win. If the Conservatives do win tonight, it does make it tougher for, what did you say to Rosemary earlier about what a Prime Minister has to do? You have to start, predicting.
Defend your record, prosecute their record, and offer a vision of the future.
The third part, the vision.
Mm-hmm.
He gets away with saying, no, I'm not going to put out my policy this early. But if there was to be a Conservative win tonight, it makes it harder for him to evade what they want, which is we're the government in waiting. And so that does, and I don't want you to accuse me of spinning, because the last time we talked about this, but that is the reality. There is, this way, it's a very different cut for the Conservative leader if they win tonight, because it makes it tougher for them to stop talking, or to stop talking in sound bites, and they have to actually put some meat on the bone.
Mel, what do you think of that? I mean, I get the sense, I think the way they're running things in the OLO, they're disrupting the whole model of the politics and how it interacts with journalists, and that sort of stress test that has been the table stakes of running for higher office. They're just blowing through all of that and doing their own thing. I mean, if they lose tonight, which is certainly what it looks like right now, very early, that is a possibility, is there a bad outcome here for them if they do get it to half of what it was last time?
Right, and I just want to quickly touch on the fact that they're doing things so differently. I think the extreme at which they're doing it is maybe new, but we saw Doug Ford do this in the last two elections, right? The interacting with media less, the doing the standing up at a mic, doing your typical leader stuff in an election, different. In the last provincial election, there was no journalists on the CPC bus, and in fact, the PC bus, they didn't actually give the address to journalists for their news stuff, right? And meanwhile, I'm on the NDP bus being like, come to my stuff, I'll tell you where it is. But anyways, so yeah, it is different, but it is, I think, we've seen, other Conservative parties throughout the country do things differently, and I think, because they have so much money, they're able to do things a little bit differently than maybe the other parties have. But yeah, it's a new, maybe a different way, and we're still trying to figure out how we can still cover them, not the way that we've always done, because they're obviously doing different things, so we need to shift a little bit. So I think that also plays into this by-election, but also just elections generally.
Fred, what are your thoughts on Greg's take on how this could, if the Conservatives win, they suddenly got to start answering some questions and the other point of like what it would be a bad loss for Pierre Poilievre. Can there be a bad loss if you shrink the margin substantially?
I don't see how that's a bad loss if you shrink it. Obviously, if it's the same margin as 21,
but like would
then it's a
15 be a bad loss? Whereas Leslie Church, you know,
you can
17,
ask the question,
you know?
if it's 15, 17, you can ask the questions. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's still shrinking it by 10 points,
yeah.
right? So I think it's, you know, I don't see a bad loss being here for Conservatives. And this feels like, you talked about 06 and 04 and how those by-elections and those times felt. This feels like 2014 to me, the reverse. I remember in 14, I was working with the Conservative Party at the time, Director of Political Operations, when we went through those by-elections. And when you saw those margins shrink, you can tell there's something happening. And it's serious and it's real. And it's coming for us. To the point about the Conservatives needing to answer more questions or be more government in waiting, like go back to 2018 with Doug Ford. You mentioned what they did. They didn't even have a fully costed platform out in that campaign. And some, you know, the NDP and Liberals tried to make an issue of it, and you just talk through it. And that's exactly what these guys are going to do. And the way they're running the OLO, the way they're running the campaign, these are experienced campaigners too. These aren't new people that have just come to Ottawa, which you tend to get when you get new leaders and new people coming in. Poilievre's been an MP for 20 years. He is a student of the game. His campaign manager or chief advisor has already been a national campaign manager that's won a majority government.
So can we go a little bit meta for a second? I know we're focusing on a single riding, but this is something I wonder about. You know, as a guy who hosts a daily show, and I've been working here now for 8 years in this parliamentary bureau, but you are seeing all of these norms being busted, right, Greg? You know, by this front runner, you know, populist, direct communicator, you know, political leader in Pierre Poilievre. He's identified something and he seized on it. And he doesn't do news conferences in Ottawa. He doesn't do scrums in Ottawa. He doesn't, you know, even send his MPs on shows like this. He does a lot of direct communication to people through YouTube and social and different things. I mean, is this just an inflection point in how the political conversation happens in the country? Like, what do you make of this transition we're going through? Because more and more, there's less and less people who do what I do for a living. And it's harder and harder to get access to the people who are going to run the country or do run the country.
Yeah, it definitely breaks against norms. And, you know, I've said to Mel on your show before that when Conservatives don't show up here, they're missing an opportunity and more time for our two parties. That is, you know, that's what's always worked in the past. But I would also point out, there is not Pierre mania. No one, you know, he's filling rooms, but like so did Ignatieff, like right up until the end.
Rise up, man! Remember the ad?
And so you know, there is craft to this, but I don't get the sense that there was the feeling that there was for Pierre Trudeau or even Justin Trudeau, and even for when Paul Martin took over, a lot of people were very excited. You heard from different people in the business community. You're not getting that. This is about change and anger. And, you know, you're going to break those norms. That's great. But say you're governing and you've raised expectations. You're the new Conservative Prime Minister and you've raised expectations. Even recently, they were talking, they made it sound like they were going to take the tax off everything. And I thought that's a really dangerous thing to leave with low information voters, because those people will turn on you very, very quickly if they feel that they're not getting what they voted for. We've seen this in the past where people turned on people very, very quickly. Mr. Mulroney, his first summer, when he tried to make the changes to the de-indexation of seniors' pensions, a very famous scene on Parliament Hill. Yeah. You know, goodbye Charlie Brown. You know, a senior, you know, right up close and personal. So I think that is one of the changes, because do they then try to revert back to the norms and say, you know what, we really messed up this message. We better go on CBC. Oh, wait, where is the CBC? So this is the challenges that they're raising for themselves. I don't think they understand how much they're raising expectations by being very, very vague about things and just saying, you know, 3-line sentences that things are going to be better.
Okay, I want to get the Mel on that point, but first I just want to show you numbers because we're waiting for them. We got some. So I want to show you where we are right now at this stage of the race with the latest that we have on the race for Toronto St. Paul's. Leslie Church with a 439 vote lead over Don Stewart for the Conservatives. Those are probably updating in real time, even as we speak here now. And this is where the vote share has gone throughout. the counting of the votes in the last 2 hours and 15 minutes since the polls closed. The vote share is a pretty consistent line right now. That you're looking at 45% for the Liberals. It's just 10.3 percentage points ahead of the Conservatives. The NDP well back at 13.7, though up from one of the last few times we checked in. So a little bit happening there. And this is what it looked like in 2021, which was the last time voters in Toronto St. Paul's voted. You can see there the margins. Carolyn Bennett with 49.2%. Now the Liberals not far off of that. But look at that, you are seeing the Conservatives up from the 25 percentage points that they had there. The NDP are down a little bit. The Greens are, well, they've lost about half their vote. The People's Party of Canada, look at that, 2.7 down to 0.5, going back to the point I was making earlier. So you're seeing some of that shuffling it around, but that's not a bad margin for the Liberals right now. We'll see if that holds, because there's still a lot of votes to come, including those advance polls of about 11 or 12,000. So just, Mel, your thoughts on this larger thing of like, how do we do this, right? Like, a lot of things are changing. People there's all kinds of academic research out there. People are tuning out politics. You have your high information voters who are heavily engaged and talk about it all the time, and people just hate to see them coming because they just don't want to be talking about it. They want to hear about it. They don't want to disagree. You're seeing polarization where it used to be, going back to the Mulroney era, you disagreed with someone on the other side, but you didn't have contempt for them. Totally. Increasingly now, there's disagreement and contempt. Totally. It's just the gulf is widening. The parties aren't meeting in the middle. So how do we navigate all of this when there's no sort of like kitchen table like we have right here to sit around and talk about things?
Totally. Contempt, but also I think what we've seen, especially I would say since the pandemic, is people are having conversations based off of different set of facts, based off of where they're getting their information, and I think that also exacerbates the problem. And the lack of accountability, to your point, not doing interviews, not doing your regular scrums like we've seen leaders do in the past, I think that makes it worse. And the end result here is apathy, right? As people tune out, they don't see themselves as part of the system, they don't participate in the system, or they breed cynicism, and they think that everybody's just the same. To your point of if he continues to set these high expectations and doesn't deliver on them, that voter share doesn't necessarily go to somewhere else. A lot of folks will actually just be like, well, you know what? They're all the same. I'm not going to participate, which is the worst outcome for our democracy. But as it relates to your point about he needs to start having answers, or he needs to start having a plan. I think if it wasn't a change election, I think if people weren't so frustrated by this government and so frustrated by this prime minister, I would totally agree. But I think because people are just
tactically, you mean, right?
Tactically, exactly. I think because people are just so done, he has, I don't like the guy or I like the things that he's saying, but he has been able to communicate the feeling that people are feeling to them, right? So to reflect that, and you don't necessarily need to have policy plans or answers to do that. You just need to be able to say, hey, I hear your anger, I hear your pain, I want to do something about it. So it'll be interesting to see how that changes, especially if, the Liberals and I would say the NDP are successful in pushing their messaging of what is they're doing, what comes next for them. But without that, I think right now people just need to be heard, and I think the Conservatives are doing a good job with that.
But Fred, your thoughts on that? Do the Conservatives start needing to be heard in more specific detail beyond the 4-point sort of slogan? I mean, I know tactically and strategically right now it's working and it's effective. But if the country wants change, at a certain point, if the change you end up implementing is different than what they expected because they're just mad and you weren't clear, that's a problem in government, right?
It's a great problem to have because you're in government.
Yeah, fair.
Right?
Yeah.
It's about getting to that. We've lost 3 elections in a row, and I know this team is going to be disciplined and focused to get to that stage. Poilievre is I think, a big believer in having a real platform, though. He will have a package that people will be able to see. He's got a team working on it. And having worked with him in the past, I know he's going to make sure every single period and comma he agrees with. There's nothing that's going to slip by him on that. But to the earlier comments about media and how the interactions that Conservatives use or how they operate, for a bit of foreshadowing, you could go back to Harper, the way he did things. I remember I worked on his leadership campaign in 2004 and during doing communications. And one of our tactics was to completely skip the parliamentary press gallery. Conservatives have a view that it is a biased organization that is more pro-liberal. Whether that's real or not, that's the feeling Conservatives have. So we would skip and go right to regional reporters and columnists and talk to those people when they existed. A lot of them aren't.
That's just it now, right? The news deserts are vast, right?
But something bigger has taken its place now. I can go, like, Poilievre has seen way more than Harper has seen because of TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter.
Rumble.
He can reach so many more people than Harper could have back then with his message, unfiltered. And that's clearly working for him.
But I wonder, like, I go back to the stress test, right? That you can say that they're biased or whatever, but there is a challenge function that most journalists are designed to provide. The testing of your ideas, this sort of thing. You get a sense of how you can handle things, like, by sitting down with people like me or Vashi or Rosemary or whoever, that they're kind of not doing in any kind of capacity, right? It's an interesting shift in the culture of this place and how it works right now, and in terms of how the country gets its understanding of things, right? I just wonder if it's a better thing, a worse thing, or where do you think what the end result of all of this will be?
Time will tell. Are they going to shift eventually and go back to the old ways? I don't think so. I don't think Conservatives will do that. Maybe another Conservative leader will after Poilievre, which could be in 2 years or 10, 20 years from now. People have different styles. He is a creature of Parliament. He's been here for 20 years. He's learned how to communicate to the people he wants to communicate to. And he's learned to do it by going around the press gallery. Our previous leader, 2 previous leaders ago, Andrew Scheer, did try to work with media. He was much more engaging. He was doing a lot of stuff. And he felt very burnt by media when his leadership ended. And if you recall, the night of that Aaron O'Toole won the leadership, the outgoing leader, Andrew Scheer, gave a speech that was damning to media. It was vicious.
Go look at the alternatives like Post-Millennial, True North, get away from the press gallery, all that kind of stuff.
And it really left a mark on him, and he is a big influence on Poilievre.
But didn't the information that came out that burnt him in the end come from internal Conservative sources? It was about his spending and expenses, right? The call came from within the House.
Yeah.
It's don't shoot the messenger. Somebody in the Conservative Party didn't like what he was doing, and they served it up. He can complain about media all he wants, but the reality was he made the decision, and somebody didn't like it.
Right.
Okay, we're going to come back on this, but we do want to go to Chris Glover, who is standing by at Conservative headquarters, waiting, like the rest of us are waiting, with a voter who's lived in that riding since she was 3 years old. Chris, what do you got for us?
Yeah, quite a different vibe than the last time you checked in with me, David. With Logan, we're kind of hitting the other end of the age spectrum with Gloria Shan. You've lived in this riding since you were 3 years old, you told me. And David, she asked me not to say her age.
Don't say the age. Just that I've been here before Eglinton Avenue was paved.
Okay, well, and we were joking, it's still not paved. But that is an inside Toronto baseball joke. But Gloria, what is it that you're feeling as, these results are taking a really long time to come in, but we are certainly seeing that the Liberal candidate is out in front. How's that making you feel tonight as you're seeing these results come in?
It's a free country. It's a democracy. Whoever wins, wins. Would we like to see the Conservative member? Yes, of course. But if they have a good show of it, terrific. Then we'll wait for the federal election to come up. We're very happy with our candidate. I mean, look at all the young people here. It's nice to see so many that are getting involved in politics.
And why do you think that is, that so many people are getting involved with this by-election? We were saying earlier how, this used to be a back and forth riding between the Conservatives and the Liberals many years ago. But over the last 3 decades, it's been very firmly held by the Liberals. Why do you think that shift away from that kind of back and forth happened in favor of the Liberals for all that time? What do you think changed here?
I think a lot of that happens to do with immigration. At the time they come here, depends which party is in power, they will just keep on voting for that party.
Well, and you were telling me earlier how big of a factor you felt like the Jewish community in this riding could be. We know that compared to the national picture, there is a much bigger proportion of people here. And the party was telling me earlier that they feel like because of Pierre Poilievre's unequivocal support for Israel, more people in this community who identify as Jewish like yourself are supporting the Conservatives. Can you speak to me a little bit about why you think that is?
No, I think it has to do an awful lot with the immigration coming in now. That's not being vetted. They don't know who's coming in. Just open the doors and let people in. The doors used to be, shall we say, closed, where they monitored, checked who people are. Now, you don't know who it is.
All right.
The stance on it is just horrific.
All right, Gloria. Well, thank you very much for talking with me tonight. Appreciate your time. And David, we'll send it back into the studio with you.
Okay, Chris, thank you so much for sending that back. Florida just won the Stanley Cup, gang. Game 7's over. Florida 2, Edmonton 1. So there you go. Congratulations to the Florida Panthers. And man, that's heartbreaking after Edmonton almost did the reverse sweep after being down 3-0, forcing a Game 7. And here we go. The good news is for Maple Leafs fans, the last team to come back from down 3-0 was the 1942 Toronto Maple Leafs. So you still got that going for you Leafs fans. A sports highlight from 1942. All right, back to the race at hand. Toronto St. Paul's. Still, Fred, we're nowhere, it seems, near the ability to call this or project this at the decision desk. They're listening to me, I think, as I'm saying this, with 45 of 192 polls reporting. That's only 23.44%. In a lot of cases, I think, and Meg, who's listening to me, can correct me if I'm wrong, we typically, with about a quarter of the polls in, with a lead this consistent percentage points, you might be able to make the call, but because of this advanced poll, this is the big holdoff, right? Is that yeah, that's exactly it. So there you go. Not my first by-election. That is the big variable here, right? The number is so big, and the numbers here are so slow, again, because of this cartoonishly large ballot, because of the 84 candidates who are running, very few of whom have any votes. It's taken a long time. And so anyway, Mel, I think I wanted to come back to you about everything they were saying about the Pierre Poilievre disruption of the political conversation and how he's using YouTube and using social media and connecting with people there. You know, Fred sort of walked us through the Stephen Harper approach to doing things back in the day, which was sort of to go around the Ottawa media. And I remember being a reporter in St. John's and scrumming then opposition leader. He wasn't even, Carolyn Stewart Olson was with him, right? This is outside the Sundance Bar in St. John's at a fish and chips dinner for the local Tories. You'd have that little bit of access, and that's what Poilievre is doing right now, that and his own broadcast platforms, not sort of doing the national thing. And how do you see it affecting, you know, the political dynamic in the country with him going that way?
Right, and you know, the interesting thing that I think is maybe a little bit different than times past is the amount of money that they're able to put behind what they're doing on social media, and then that way, you know, everybody's seeing it show up in their feed whether they want to see it or not. And they're not, you know, just pushing everything he does out in those feeds. They're pushing stuff that is targeted to the audience that they're trying to talk to in a way that they want to see it. So, you know, if you're targeting women, you could push something specific, and you're targeting men, you can push something different, right? And I think we're seeing them do that. And do it well. As it comes to, you know, using regional media instead of federal, like that's not new either, right? Like a lot of leaders do that. Not, you know, they don't do the first part of not talking to the press gallery. They do both. But if you're trying to win in a certain place, you need to be seen in that certain place in the news that those folks watch. But unfortunately, to your point earlier, with, you know, regional media markets getting smaller, people aren't necessarily getting their news in the same way, or they're not getting their news at all. They're just getting it from social media. So that's another added, you know, it's tricky. It's hard. I don't know if that stays. Is that something that people are interested right now? But when they are in an election time, they expect to see the people running to be prime minister of our country on the TV shows that they watch, that they maybe pay more attention to during an election. What's going to happen with debates? Is he going to show up to debates? What's that going to look like? And how that plays into people deciding to for who they're voting for. I know, you know, my parents expect to see people running for prime minister on the news that they watch every night, but what does that look like in the next year is hard to say.
So Greg, on that point, compare sort of the communication strategy the Conservatives are running with right now, you know, to a big lead in the polls, so trailing here in Toronto St. Paul's, to what we've seen from the Prime Minister lately. I know he was here a week ago. He did a live interview on this show, which is a rare thing with a Prime Minister. I don't know, certainly I've never seen it before. But until then, it was like U.S. podcasts was the media play. Now, I don't know if the audience here matched what he got on those, but Canadian audience here and on the national where they replayed it and different things like that. Like, what do you make of the contrast in the comms tactics that we're seeing here?
So I haven't asked about the podcast, so this is would be my theory. But when he showed up in your studio live here, usually those things are very formal. They're at like Rideau Gate or in a hotel or something. That was a big message to me that they are now going to try things differently. And I wondered if the podcasts were a warm-up. I was present about a month and a half ago at a small social gathering where the Prime Minister made an appearance. And at that night, he was very aware of the criticisms of his speaking style, the preachiness, all those things that have probably been bugging Liberals for a while. And you don't want to make an announcement and say, hey, I'm gonna try to do something different. But I do think that there was something from that, and I guess we'll see whether or not it continues. But the interesting part of the Prime Minister coming on your program is that the next day on a major news aggregator, National News Watch, the 3 top stories were 3 different stories that came out of the interview with you. Yeah. And that broke through for the Liberals in a way that they haven't been able to break through in a long time. On the rural media stuff, you're absolutely right, Mel. It's not new. I remember the stories of Brian Mulroney was not doing well in 1983, and he did a lot of rural. And I don't want to. I'm from small town. It's called a Boonie Tour, but that really paid off from the next year, and that was at a time when there was no social media. So wherever you can reach your audience. But I'll end with this, David. If the Conservatives were not doing as well as they are right now, I doubt you would be seeing this strategy. They would be throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks, the way that the Prime Minister is now mixing things up.
Fred, I thought it was interesting, just before we go to Ithel, who's got a guest. Normally when you do get these sit-downs with the Prime Minister, not just me, like everybody who gets them, they're at the end of the year and it's very formal. But I think it'd be good for political leaders to just do this once a quarter, twice a quarter.
I'm sure you'd love to have them on your show.
But like have a conversation in real time. Like you saw when Jagmeet tried to talk about what he read in the NSI COP report. That scrum was pure chaos, right? You know what I mean? But like if you do these sit-down things, on certain issues as they're going, you just get this conversation to explain yourself in a way that if you do it live and it can't be edited and you give a certain amount of time, you can have a conversation with people in a way that's more authentic and direct than the normal formulaic ways or the interviewed things where you give someone 10 minutes or 7 minutes to have a conversation. I just feel like there could be bigger picture conversations happening just more generally.
It's a novel idea, and he's doing it.
I'm naive and Pollyannish. I get it.
Well, look, Trudeau is in big trouble. His numbers are really, really historically bad, but he has moments where he is really good at what he does. He's won 3 elections in a row. He has been at times a very good communicator. The public inquiry on the convoy, when he spoke to that, was the best I've ever seen him. If he was to come out, if maybe the solution for Justin Trudeau is the real Justin Trudeau and not this fake performance that he seems to put on. If he could actually talk like he did in the inquiry and come out and have these conversations, maybe that could actually start moving the needle if they had a coherent narrative, which they still do not have.
You keep coming back to the narrative. It's a new fez. Okay, all right, I just want to go to Ithel, who's standing by. And just a programming warning, we're hearing Don Stewart is going to be at his headquarters soon to speak to his supporters. It is not a victory speech. It is not a concession speech. We're not sure what it is, but it's 5 after 11, so we do want to hear from some people, including Ithel, who's standing by at Leslie Church's headquarters right now with the guest. Ithel.
David. I am here with Matty Prima. He is a volunteer with Leslie Church's campaign. For those at home, can you just describe the atmosphere here tonight? Lots of people. Tell me what it's like out here.
It's uplifting. The spirituality. It's a wonderful time to be here, just to see the right people get recognized. This is really great.
Yeah. Tell me what you think Church's chances are tonight.
Well, after having canvassed and working with some of the folks here, the responses for her have really been positive. She's a very smart person. She's somebody who cares about people, and she's truly loyal to what they want to accomplish here.
I mean, one of the big challenges that she's had is, really no name recognition. Do you think that's been a barrier, or, have the appearances of cabinet ministers, door knocking, has that made a difference?
I think she's overcome that by just sheer hard work. That's the type of person she is. So she came out, realized that maybe they didn't recognize her right away, but she went out and worked very hard, got a lot of volunteers. She came to our riding, Willowdale, to ask us for help. My member of parliament, Ali Assasi, said, let's give it to her. We sent 15 people out here from our riding association, so we're all supportive of her.
So you've been going door to door, you've been campaigning, helping as a volunteer. What are you hearing from riders, from voters in this riding? What have they been telling you? What are the issues that are at the forefront?
Well, some of the issues really come down to crime, housing, how do we take care of some of these broader issues? And even things like transportation. And this is something where I think Leslie will really shine.
We've heard that this race might be a close one, right? This has been a Liberal stronghold for decades. If it turns out to be a very, very close race, what do you think that says about where the Liberals stand?
I think some of this has been done with negative media from the Conservatives. And I think that what she's done is she's overcome a lot of negativity that has been laid out for her. And she's been very positive. She's met the press. She hasn't avoided the press. She's been transparent. She's done everything that she should be doing. And I think people recognize it for what it's worth.
I've been speaking to some voters this afternoon, trying to gauge how people are feeling. I keep hearing that people want to see change. Do you think voters are tired of Trudeau, of the Liberals? Do you think, they want to see something different?
That may very well be the case, but I think tonight it's about Leslie Church. And I think she can be one of the agents of change in the Liberal Party. So I think I think she's the right person at the right time here.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Ithel. Thank you.
Take care. There you go. That is Matty Prima. He is a volunteer with Leslie Church's campaign. We're hearing, lots of applause every time those numbers start to come in, David. She's starting to get a little bit of a lead, and people are feeling quite hopeful this evening.
All right, Ithel, thank you. And Ithel is right. Leslie Church does have a lead over Don Stewart, who we are expecting to hear from in about 7 minutes from the site of his election night, or by-election night party, excuse me. Leslie Church is about 9 percentage points ahead. Greg, we have a question here from Lawrence Herzog, and I've been mentally reading it like Werner Herzog in my mind, but he says, I've heard no discussion tonight about the power of incumbency, though you did reference this a little bit earlier. Lawrence says that last time Carolyn Bennett, a popular longtime MP, got 49.2% of the vote. Tonight the Liberals are running at around 45, give or take, is when this was written. That means they've dropped about 4 percentage points. So how much of that is the loss of the incumbent, do you think? I'm surprised the Liberal numbers are staying as high as they are. I mean, what's your sense of it? We've talked a little bit about this before. Yes, the leaders are the most important part, but there are times too, like I remember there was a new Democratic member of Parliament in Nova Scotia that won in a squeaker. I think actually did not win on election night, won in the recount, and then went on to hold that seat again and again and again at times when there were Liberal sweeps and the Liberal tide went out. So there are occasions where the local candidate is more important. There can come, though, a certain time where people feel that some people have stayed on too long. I think we're going to see in every party as we approach the election, there's going to be people, obviously, for all the reasons we've discussed tonight, that aren't going to want to run. We know we've discussed in the last few weeks some big name New Democrats who aren't running again, like Charlie Angus. But I think there's going to be some Conservatives who are going to do the calculation of, if we win, I will not be in cabinet again. I've been an MP for a very, very long time,
And do I want to have to sit as a backbencher and defend this government, my government? Because it's, you know, it's great when you're in cabinet, but when you're not and your government's done a tough decision, you have to go out and try to sell that or cheerlead that.
Okay, we've got an update on the Don Stewart appearance. Chris Glover is telling us the campaign is now saying he's not giving a speech. He's just showing up to mingle and to speak with the volunteers. So, Chris, we're hoping you can mingle with your camera and your microphone, and we will mingle and lingle here on the show and try to hear what Don Stewart thinks of what's happening in Toronto St. Paul's. Right now, the Liberal share of the vote is down to about 43%. It's 29.37 for Leslie Church to 24.94 for Don Stewart of the Conservatives. The NDP, Amrit Parhar, back in third at 13.2%. So just to give you a little bit more clarity on the numbers, Leslie Church says 29.37, so she's just under 3,000. 24.94, just under 2,500 for Don Stewart. We're not even up to the total at this point. 3 hours almost, 2 hours and 41 minutes after the polls close. We're not even up to the total of what's in the advance vote. So this is why there's been no projection by the CBC decision desk. There has been no sense, clearly, despite what Jenny Byrne told us earlier, that they couldn't win. The math still isn't there, and I'm still getting nervous texts from Liberals. Fred, on the power of incumbency, you know, what Greg was talking about, the question there from Mr. Herzog, just about, you know, they're down now. It's about 6 percentage points from where Carolyn Bennett was last time. Andy Fillmore, this is something we're going to talk about. We're going to have some more by-elections coming up. La Salle-Mard, where David Lametti has stepped down, Elmwood Transcona. We're going to talk about that in a sec. Ithel's got a guest at Leslie Church. It's going to go there first, at Leslie Church's headquarters. Ithel, what do you got?
Good evening, David. So, you know, we've talked to some Liberal strategists. We've talked to, you know, supporters. Right now, I have someone who I have been dying to speak to, a young voter. Daniel Park is 18 years old, and he's a volunteer with Leslie Church's campaign. So, Daniel, first of all, how are you feeling tonight? Give us an idea of what the atmosphere is like, how you're feeling, your hopes.
I mean, yeah, if you can hear the sound in the background, it's absolutely buzzing, and you know, everyone is here for a same cause, right? We're passionate about the same issues, and I think it's sort of like a sports team, right? The championship game is the final moments, and we're all gathered together. Everyone has that kind of adrenaline in them, and yeah, it's just buzzing, and I'm just so happy to be a part of it. Yeah.
What do you think are Church's chances tonight? You mean, we've been hearing that there is some concern that this race could be really, really close. But you've been out there, you know, door knocking. What are you hearing from people? How are you feeling about her chances?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Liberal stronghold for 26 years, so we have that padding, but obviously a lot of work has to be done. And I really love Leslie's chances. She's such a great candidate. And the thing is, you know, I think the most important issue obviously is housing. A lot of people can't afford housing. A lot of young people like myself can't afford housing. But I think that's why I'm a Liberal myself. We're taking measures. We're investing into housing. We're making sure that young people have a chance to own a home in their life. So I'm really glad I get to be a part of that. Yeah.
Okay, well, you know, a lot of people have been critical about the Liberals not really responding well enough when it comes to the cost of living crisis or the housing affordability crunch. Lots of voters in this riding are, you know, rent, and they're finding their rents are, you know, skyrocketing. What do you say to people that say it's time for change?
Right, and I mean, I would also tell them that, you know, the Conservatives, they think the Conservatives have a plan, but do they really though? Like when we hear about their cuts, they're gonna cut, you know, housing, funding for housing. They don't really have a plan for housing. So I would say, us as a Liberal Party, we are the party for the future. We're investing in Canadians, and we have an actual plan. And I would just like encourage viewers to just think about that for a second. It's about the Conservatives' way of fear and using empty slogans in the House, in contrast to us. And we're putting inspirational and positive messages for Canadians to ensure fairness for all generations.
You sound like a young politician already.
Yeah.
I feel like you might have some political aspirations. I'm really curious, what did you hear from voters? Because I'm sure you probably encountered some older voters who are tired, who feel financially stretched, who are barely making ends meet. What were people telling you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the cost of living, right? That's the biggest thing. I mean, that's the obvious one that people always tell us, and it's a really valid, really valid point. You know, as a son of immigrants we own a small business, we also feel the impact. You know, there's also other people telling us about, you know, healthcare, not having access to healthcare, waiting in really long lines, and I would say those two are the ones I've actually heard myself. So yeah, those are the two issues.
Yeah, those are really big issues. So you're hopeful that church will make it. What is your message to other young voters, people who are a bit disillusioned? I joked that you almost sound like a politician. I mean, you really do believe in the Liberals and church. What do you say to other younger voters who are not so inspired?
Right. Well, I would say that the Liberal Party right now is investing for young people like myself, for example, to own a home. And I think that we are the party for the future. We are putting in measures, and even in our budget in 2024, I believe that we have things that will really ensure that future generations have a fair chance in Canada. And I would say that, if you look into the other side, obviously their access tax or whatever, their slogans might seem good, but at the end of the day, they're just empty words at the end of the day. And I really hope that they can see through those empty words and look at the party who is actually investing in Canadians each and every day.
Thank you so much, Daniel.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was Daniel Park, 18 years old. He was a volunteer with Leslie Church's campaign. One of the many young people, actually, that is here tonight. David, there is a lot of young voters and supporters that are here, just as many as older people. So yeah, lots of people waiting with bated breath for those results as they start to pour in. Lots of applause, lots of woos. It's feeling very, very positive, a very energetic atmosphere here tonight.
Okay, Ithel, thank you very much. The word pour in is doing a lot of lifting in that sentence because we're still waiting for the numbers to come in here. We're still too early in this. And Daniel, Fred, is the old man of the youth wings of the party compared to Logan, who was at the Conservative headquarters. I mean, he's an ancient 18 compared to
Right.
Logan 16. But they both had a pretty clear sense of the core messages that the parties wanted to get out there. Just to go back to where we were talking about before we went to Ithel about incumbents, right? Carolyn Bennett was gone. You're seeing the number down a little bit, 43 percentage points. LaSalle Mart with David Lametti leaving. This is Paul Martin's old seat. There's going to be a by-election there. That's got to happen by the middle of September. Same in Elmwood, Transcona, where Daniel Blakey has left for the NDP to go work for Wab Canoe. I'm not sure what's going to happen in Halifax with Andy Fillmore announcing he's going to run for mayor, but that's obviously an incumbent who's going to leave. How does that start to shake things up when you look at, you got a Quebec by-election potentially, for sure, Nova Scotia potentially, and Manitoba for sure?
The Manitoba one's going to be really interesting because it's an NDP seat. Conservatives did have that back in 2011, at least a part of what the current riding looks like.
One of those majority seats, right?
Right, and that's a seat that we should be able to pick up next time. The thing is with by-elections, though, and it's funny that I haven't heard the Liberals pushing this out a lot, is they are an opportunity to just put a protest vote, to just to vote that your displeasure in the government. We used to say this all the time when we were in government, is that governments don't win by-elections, opposition parties should. I find it fascinating the Liberals don't do that. Their comms people aren't out doing that constantly to really raise expectations for the Conservatives in this, and they haven't done that. Power incumbency, again, I don't think the local candidates really pull much. I think what they're best at doing is amplifying whatever the national message is for the leader, and that's how they could be successful or not. But at the end of the day, we're voting for our leaders in our parties.
Mel, look ahead. I mean, Elmwood Transcona could be called an over before we get the final results here from St. Paul's. But look ahead, Elmwood Transcona. I mean, Daniel Blakey was an active and effective New Democrat member of Parliament. His family was his family business, and now he's gone back to work for Premier Wab Canoe, and who knows what's going to happen there. That's not a seat the NDP want to see him play in this kind of an environment right now, right? That's going to be a big situation, right?
Right.
Okay, and we're going to bring up a shot. Don Stewart is arriving at the Conservative Party. Just listen in and see if he says anything.
You can see it right here. We have a team that's energized. We have a team that's kept this race close, and we have a team that is going to help us bring this home.
What kind of warning do you think you're sending?
I'm not sending a warning.
What kind of a message do you think you're sending if the race is going to be quite close?
We're sending one that the country is waiting for change. The country has been waiting for change. We're ready. We're here. The voters are going to speak. And when we finally get the results in, we'll have another conversation.
What do you think the ballot box question was for voters who voted in this by-election?
The question is really that there's a message that our voters would like to send to Mr. Trudeau, and that's one of change. The only way to get that is by electing a Conservative government.
Certainly at one point in this campaign, it seemed like your campaign was even going ahead of the Liberal candidate. Tonight, we're certainly seeing that she's increasing her vote count, each poll that's coming through. And Jenny Byrne was telling me earlier that she does not think that you have a chance to win tonight. So for you, as you kind of reflect back on this campaign, what are you going to be looking for in terms of determining whether or not this was a success?
I think if you judge it based on what we're seeing here tonight, compared to what you might have seen in the last election, people can judge for themselves if they think that's a success. I still think there's a lot of polls to come in yet, so I wouldn't count us out anytime just yet.
What do you want to build on at this point?
I just want to build on the success that we're having tonight until we get through this night.
And what are the major topics that you'd like to bring to Parliament if you get that, or the major topics you'd like to bring to the electorate?
I've been saying the same thing to people day in and day out on the campaign trail, and it echoes the things that Mr. Poilievre have said with the last number of months. We want to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. I think I can add to that in Parliament.
The people at Toronto St. Paul's
right,
don't seem to be super ready for that.
Let's bring our candidate inside. Tax.
All right, that's Don Stewart walking in to the party here on by-election night in Toronto St. Paul's, being hugged by one of his supporters. Carefully choosing his words as Chris Glover and Christiane Noël from Radio-Canada mingled with him on his way in to mingle with his supporters. Just watch this and see if he stops and says anything more, or if that was the extent of what we're going to hear from Don Stewart, the Conservative candidate here tonight. Microphone. He's going to the microphone, so it looks like we may hear something from Don Stewart.
I don't think this is the speech anybody thought I'd be making tonight. I didn't think so. I don't think our opponents thought so. But one thing that will remain the same, either in this speech or another speech on another day, is the appreciation that I have for everybody who's in this room right now. We started knocking on doors in February. In February, we started from scratch in this riding. Craft away on a chart away to how we were going to win this election. We're not there yet, but the night is still young. Yes. The message for people in this room right now is one of thanks, and that's all I can offer at this moment. But thank you to each and every one of you that are in this room right now. I'm here, and you're here because of all the hard work we've done in St. Paul's since February. So kudos to you, kudos to the people in this room and those who can't be with us here tonight. Let's give some weight, and we'll see how the rest of the results come in tonight, and then we'll carry on. But I'm still positive on tonight, so let's not give it up. If we're not going to give it up, we're going to bring it home. Thank you.
Okay, that was Don Stewart, the Conservative candidate in Toronto St. Paul, speaking briefly to his supporters after, I would say, speaking carefully to our reporters just outside of that building. I think a takeaway from that, he said that when we get the results tonight, we will have another question in terms of what the ballot question might be. And so the message he takes away from these results, which are still very incomplete, is that for people who want change, the only way we can get that change is in electing a Conservative government. And Melanie, I think it's interesting to say that the Don Stewart decision desk does not agree with the Jenny Byrne decision desk, as he is saying there is still a chance here. He feels positive, and that's not a victory speech. It's not a concession speech. He repeated some of the talking points of the campaign. But Mel, what do you think of what we just heard from Don Stewart?
Yeah, he seems to think that there's still a chance, but he didn't seem to be super enthusiastic about that chance. Now, I don't know if, that's what he's being told by folks, or if that's,
He had that "I don't know what I'm allowed to say here" kind of
Totally.
vibe, right? That we've all seen with politicians, and like he's new to this, right?
And to be fair, if it was a general election, you would probably not want your cameras doing interviews to candidates who've maybe never done any of this before. That's not, who you want to be putting front and center. But obviously, because it's a by-election, it's different. You have no choice. It's just the one candidate. But yeah, he seemed unsure, but optimistically unsure, maybe.
Optimistically unsure. That is an interesting way to describe it.
It was a bit.
Look,
Exactly, I sound like him.
I would just put in a plug for public broadcasting that on by-election night, the CBC and Radio Canada were the cameras that greeted the
that's great.
Conservative candidate as he made his way into his headquarters. So I'll just throw that out there, apropos of nothing, Greg. But what are your thoughts on what we just heard from Don Stewart there?
So earlier tonight, we kind of tried to dissect why Jenny Byrne predicted, before the results came in, that they were going to lose. And we questioned why you might do that. And there's a really good example of why not to do it, because the candidate got greeted with that news. And hey, well done by your reporter, a bit spicy, but he, I'm sure, seemed to be a little bit surprised that the advisor to his leader was predicting his defeat. So again, I still don't understand that spin, but maybe tomorrow. I don't remember a time when I wasn't on this panel, but tomorrow maybe we will know what the reasoning behind that was.
Yeah, Fred, it's interesting. Throughout this by-election campaign, not surprisingly, Don Stewart didn't do a lot of media interviews, and he didn't do any candidate debates. I mean, that is the playbook, especially when Jenny Byrne is running campaigns, and I don't say that as criticism.
I would have used the same one if I was running the campaign.
Maybe you see the result of that there. I don't know. But what are your thoughts on what we just heard? He repeated the 4 talking points and the bring it home.
Yeah, that's great.
There we go. But what do you take on the state of this race from what Don Stewart just had to say there?
Look, this is a tough room he just walked into. These are the people that have been and when I say tough, I mean it's emotionally tough to go into a campaign room.
You feel an obligation to these people. Right?
That too, and it's the end of a journey. Like he said, he started this in February, became the candidate. He's running for the nomination, then was the candidate, ran in this by-election. When you're in it as a candidate or a campaign manager, it's all consuming, 24/7, 7 days a week. And it's over now. All that's left is to see the result come in. And that's a difficult time emotionally for a person. And, looking at these numbers, they are coming in incredibly slow, but the lead is still only 500. Her lead is not growing in any way. Yeah. And I find that interesting.
Down to 6 points now.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so it's tightening up.
Yeah.
So I think there's still, seeing a crowd like this in Toronto St. Paul's for a Conservative candidate is quite remarkable. And I think, as this night keeps going, I don't know how long we're going to be.
Yeah, we're 3 hours after the polls closed, and we're not even at a third of the polls yet.
Yeah, it's tomorrow in Atlantic Canada. Right, we're at that stretch of the night, right? So hello in the future for people watching in my own province, and Fred and Greg's own province. So like looking at this math now. So Greg, you just had a look at it. Mel, you just had a look at it. 60 of 192 polls. It's a 500 vote lead for Leslie Church right now. A 6 percentage point lead. If the advanced polls are bad for the Liberals, that can flip like that, Mel. This is there's 11,000 votes. I don't know if they're going to dump those all at once, or if we're going to get those in dribs and drabs. I mean, look, I got to find the tweet. But anyway, your thoughts on just the math. I got to find this Elections Canada tweet. I'll get right back at it.
Yeah, the fact that it's tightening is likely why we heard from a few Liberals that they're a little bit nervous, maybe more nervous than they thought they would be going into this today. That is below that 8.2 percentage number that we were talking about earlier from 2011 in Ignatieff. So that's interesting as well. If it continues to tighten, that's real dangerous territory, whether they win it or not. And to your point, if those advanced polls, are what we hear could be, which is, a strong Conservative showing, that could, to your point, totally flip, and then it's a tight race the other way.
Right.
So yeah, only 60 out of 192. There's still a lot to go to change this thing.
Yeah, Don Stewart has apparently left the building. I guess he is probably going to go hydrate and take a nap, because who knows when we're going to get these results. This is the Elections Canada tweet that I didn't take seriously enough earlier today. Results for the Toronto St. Paul's by-elections from 4 hours ago may take a bit longer than usual to come in, as the unusual size of the ballot may slow down the counting process. We still expect results to be available tonight.
Expect.
Because of the Denny's size ballot, like the Denny's menu ballot, right?
Just on that, this whole ballot, there's this group doing it. There's, I guess, 74 or
84 names.
84 names, so 80 of them, I guess, or 78 of them are part of a group that are pushing for first past the post political electoral system, and this is their
to be gone.
This is their to be gone, to change the system. I actually have always supported changing the system to a ranked ballot. But
you sound like Justin Trudeau.
I'm so annoyed. No, but I'm so annoyed by this now that we're delayed by this that I'm changing my position because of this ballot.
First past the post forever? Is that where you are now, Fred Delory?
I'm locked in. I now support first past the post.
A lot of positions might evolve over the course of the next 19 hours that we'll be waiting for these results. Greg, your quick thoughts on the math, and Rosie's going to come tread water with us on live television for a little while here.
Yeah, I think it's good that, because I've had a couple of tweets about why it's taking so long, so thank you both for explaining that. And I think the other thing is that probably, I'll just say maybe 70 of these people have the same official agent. So it's a very organized thing. So yeah, it's a bit painful. So they're saying tonight, and that's 28 minutes left in tonight. So we'll see if we actually...
We're going to be very literal about this? Yeah. Well, until tonight, I think Ben Carr had the longest ballot in his by-election in Winnipeg South. That was 48 names. Oh, wow. So you flip those numbers around now. We've got 84 names. Sorry, Greg, you want to say something?
And we're officially over the 1/3 mark reporting.
Okay, there you go. Yes, it's 3540 for Leslie Church, 3,046 for Don Stewart. It's a 6 percentage point lead right on the nose. Okay, Rosemary, can you go to Elections Canada and count these numbers for us? Is that something you can do to help me and the gang out here with? No?
I don't think they'd allow that. No.
The chief political countespondent, could you do that? No?
I will say, just to go back to that, on a more serious note, maybe this is something that needs to be thought of going forward, because all of these other independents who are using this ballot to protest the first past the post system. Sorry, it's getting late. You can just submit your name and then you are immediately put on the ballot. It's as simple as that. And I guess I sort of wonder whether there shouldn't be other bars that you need to meet in order to be put on the ballot if this is the result for this by-election. I'm not sure if they intend to do this during a general, but if that's the case, we'll bring in COTS to the election set, because that's the point we'll be at if we have to go through this, hundreds and hundreds of times. Anyway, so that's the issue that's at hand here, and I think why it is taking so long, because you really have to do it manually and look through this long list. I was a little struck by the fact that the Conservative candidate came out and said anything. I found that a little bit unusual. I don't know if you guys have already talked about that. Generally, I'm sure people know, you don't see a candidate until they concede or they win. But I guess Don Stewart wanted to come in and pump up the troops. I'm not really sure what the goal from that was. He wanted to thank them, certainly, but he was also then forced to reconcile what he was doing there with the comments from Jenny Byrne that he was going to lose. So it kind of put him, I think, in a little bit of an awkward position, even if things are tightening up right now. I mean, they're going to have to get a lot tighter, which I guess could happen. But just found it a little bit unusual in terms of why a politician or a would-be politician would make that decision at this point in the evening.
Well, I think he plans to check in on his supporters every 24 hours during the vote count, just to make sure they're okay and they have what they need, right? Like, so they're in a cafe, so food and caffeine, which would be nice to have easy access to, let me just say, is something they have available to them. But Rosie, like, what, look, I don't know, because of one by-election, you're going to like change the how you get on a ballot and all this. I don't know if Elections Canada is going to look at that, but I know, there's always a Newfoundland angle and everything with me. They count the advance votes before the polls close. So they're kind of ready to go. So you get this big swath of votes. And I've never understood why that doesn't happen sort of in these by-elections. I don't know if they think it's secret information that can get out, but like you could have had 10, 12,000 votes ready to fire, or at least come out in tranches throughout the course of the night, so you get a clear sense of where this is going, right? That feels like an easy remedy to some of this, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the complicating factor is here, or why that decision was made, but because there's always a Newfoundland angle, there's also always a Quebec angle, which is where I started my career. And I remember a Jean Charest election where he was going to form government, but it looked like he was going to lose his riding until I reminded people that the advance ballots had not been counted. An overwhelming number came in, and everything was fine for Mr. Charest. So those ballots will be important, obviously, and I think where they come from will be equally important. Now, I was talking with Liberals last week who were quite happy with the advanced vote turnout, that they felt that they have identified their voters and they got a lot of them out in those first number of days. I don't know whether that will be the case, what we see here, but it looks like they're going to need them, that's for sure.
Yeah, and so just a quick final point, Rosie, on what Don Stewart did say. It was the four-line mantra of axe attacks, stop the crime, build the homes, fix the budget, and the bring it home sort of tagline. But beyond that, very guarded. Very, it had very Elizabeth May talking about the NSI cop report vibes, like choosing every word very carefully so that you don't step on a landmine there. Just what did you make of what we saw there? I mean, he's not conceding what Jenny Byrne did, that this is over and they're not going to win. How do we begin to reconcile those things?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it would be foolish for the candidate to do that as the count continues, but I agree that it became kind of bizarre to contrast those statements. I should also say that the candidate did not want to do any interviews with anybody and sort of fled from my colleague J.P. Tesker, who was there in the riding about a week ago. They managed to get him to answer, I think one question, but not more than that. And that was the most I have ever heard from Don Stewart, frankly, in that scrum that our colleagues managed to get him to do. Listen, it can be nerve-wracking to become a politician. You don't know what kind of journalists are facing you. Those questions can be. I get it. You can be nervous. However, this is the job that you're auditioning for, so you would expect perhaps that if you're going to go mingle in the cafe, that you would have some messages that you wanted to get out. He was a little bit better at the microphone, I would say, than he was with the journalists.
Right.
But I guess we will wait and see whether he's going to come back and have a victory speech or a concession speech.
Okay. All right, Rosie, we'll see if he comes back in 24 hours to do another wellness check on his supporter. As to CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton, we're going to go back to Don Stewart's campaign, where Chris Glover is standing by. Chris, do you need anything? Do you need us to send support? Do you need food? Do you need water? It's been a long time. Who you got there with you, man?
Yeah, food and water would actually be really good right about now. It's been a long night, but I'm actually here with the other Don Patel. He is running for the Conservative nomination in nearby Etobicoke North. So how are you feeling after hearing Don Stewart giving his speech just there? He's still clearly was speaking with a lot of optimism. We're seeing these poll results coming in. We're seeing the Liberal candidate out in front, but Don Stewart I think the word was confused optimism. What do you think of what you just heard from Don Stewart?
Well, actually, it's not just about Don Stewart's speech, but as we have been gone out and does the door knocking for him for his last few months, and today also we were involved in so many of the polling area, we have seen the people as excited. Myself also, I was in a polling area in our seniors' home. We covered 5 seniors' home, and all of the seniors are currently, I can't say sick and tired, but they are also looking around into that. What will bring the change to this country? What is going on right now? So they were all optimistic, and they were all into that one. I know it will be a little less margin as we are seeing into for Don Stewart into this one, but October 2025 is not so far. So he can get into that one and make this riding blue again, if not happen this time. That's for sure.
Take everybody who's only watching us on TV right now, take them into this room and describe for me the energy. What are you feeling in terms of the atmosphere here at this campaign party tonight?
See, the election itself is a year and a half away, October 2025. But currently everyone, every single riding, not in a GTA, but even this riding was a hold of a Liberal for last 26 years from the same MP and 30 years from the Liberal hold. But everywhere we did the door knocking, and I'm honestly saying people were opening up the door when they see you are from the Conservative Party, and they had shut down the door when they were seeing the Liberal Party. Yes, of course, this is a hold for the Liberal area right now for so many years, so it is going to take a little transition, but this is the time we have seen so much energy, so much enthusiasm for everyone to come out and vote for it. Yes, it is still low turnaround, but that low turnaround had made Don Stewart coming ahead of the game, and he's gonna get into the very slim margin into that. So
all right, Don, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Don Patel is running for the Conservative nomination in nearby Etobicoke North. He is one of many people who are seeking nominations in nearby ridings, David. All of them are saying a similar thing, that they are hoping that any sort of boost that Don Stewart is picking up here in this by-election might trickle down to other ridings and mean good things for Don Patel here, for example, in his upcoming riding.
Okay, Chris, thank you so much. Don Patel, gang, you can tell he means business. He's got his name on his shirt and a Bluetooth in his ear. That is a man who is hustling and trying to make some connections there at the Don Stewart. We're not sure what to call it. The mingle. We'll call it the mingle event, because that's what's happening there right now. We are 3 hours and 11 minutes, 12 minutes since the close of polls, and we are nowhere close enough to being able to make a call here. So folks, those of you streaming us on YouTube, CBC.ca, Explore and Gem, this is the part of the night where we tread water because we are waiting, and there's only so many events you can count on election night tonight, and we don't have commercials because we're live streaming this thing. So here we go. So I just want to get quick thoughts on anything that you've seen in the last little while that jumps out at you. So Mel, where are you on Don Patel, running, Don Stewart, Chris Glover's lack of nutrition and basic amenities at the headquarters, or anything else you wanted to bring up?
Totally. So I wrote a note down actually earlier when we were talking about the power of incumbency, and we were talking about Daniel Blakey actually.
Right.
And I have thoughts that are maybe a little bit opposite, so bear with me for a little bit. Daniel Blakey, obviously a huge loss for the federal caucus.
Yep.
I don't like picking favorites, but he was definitely one of my favorites. And that being, he was reasonable, he understood what people were going through and was able to communicate with people kind of in that way, hearing them and putting forward solutions to make their lives better. But he's already on the ground doing work to help keep that riding. The NDP already has a candidate nominated, and Jagmeet has been, they're ready to go. They want that by-election called. I think they wish it would have been called with this one as well, but are looking forward to that. So in that riding, with somebody like Daniel Blakey, obviously you feel the power of incumbency. Now I'm going to flip it and kind of talk about how, sometimes it is really the leader, it is really the campaign, and not necessarily the incumbent. In 2015, I worked in the War Room for Tom Mulcair when he was NDP leader, and I did the how long was that freaking campaign? It was like 78 days of whatever you want to describe it.
Shorter than this one.
Yeah, shorter than tonight. Yeah. And then because, I don't know how to explain it. I decided to do the Newfoundland election a week or two later. And everywhere I went, every time I was in a cab, people would ask me why I was there. And I'd say, oh, I'm here with the NDP. I'm here to do the provincial election. And they would say, oh, man, that Jack Harris, devastating that he lost. I was like, well, did you vote for him? Oh, well, no, I voted for, Justin Trudeau, but I really wanted Jack Harris to win. And it was the not realizing, right, every single person that we were talking to, that despite their incumbent that they loved, that they were upset that they lost, that they, wanted back, they brought him back in 2019, they still voted for the other guy. They voted for the leader that they, wanted to put their name beside. And that wasn't...
Nick Whalen beat Jack Harris.
He did. And that wasn't I don't like Tom Mulcair. It was, I don't like Stephen Harper, so I'm going to vote for Justin Trudeau. I like Justin Trudeau, even though I wanted Jack Harris in that seat. So that, and maybe, again, two opposite views on the power of incumbency, but sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes if you're, people are upset with your leader or not in with your leader, then it doesn't matter how everybody knows you, how much people like you, how upset literally every single person. Man, real sad about Jack Harris. Did you vote for him? No.
Yeah.
So
Jack,
sides of that.
Jack Harris and my dad went to school together, and Jack Harris was my father's lawyer way back in the day. And Jack would tell me a story about when my mom brought me in as a little boy in for a quick business meeting when Jack was the lawyer, and he told me to sit down and be quiet and let your mother do her business.
There
and then
you
years
go.
later, I was covering him at the House of Assembly when he was a leader of the NDP.
That's hilarious.
So yeah, but he's still a popular dude back
totally.
home, and I don't know if he's completely done. I don't know.
No.
Jack never seems done with politics, right?
The fun thing about Jack is he's always like I was talking about Daniel Blakey, like on the ground. Anytime I've been in St. John's, anytime I've been, whether he's running or not, the first person I see when I go into that office is Jack Harris. So.
And his son John just became the editor-in-chief of the Muse, which is the student newspaper where I got my start as a student journalist many years ago, and I had hair and an earring. So with that image, we're going to go back to Iffle, who's at Leslie Church's headquarters. I was standing by with one of the candidates, just ran in the recent provincial by-election there in Milton. Iffle, what do you got?
Good evening, David. Yeah, I'm standing here with Galen Naidoo Harris. As you mentioned, he ran unsuccessfully as a Liberal MPP candidate in Milton. So, Galen, you know what it's like to run. You know everything that's involved with being a part of a campaign. How are you feeling tonight, seeing all of this unfold?
I'm feeling really energized. I mean, the reception at the doors today was great as we were reminding folks to get out and vote today in the by-election. It was awesome. I feel like I've got a unique perspective on, getting a phone call, having a conversation, and then your life's just on hold for 5 or 6 weeks. So I can feel, I think, a little bit of empathy for what Leslie's going through right now. From the outside, she's run a fantastic campaign. The energy in this room tonight is electric, and I'm just really excited to be here and supporting her.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that Church doesn't have a lot of name recognition. Do you think that was a big challenge, and was she able to overcome that?
I'd push back against that perception a little bit. I mean, I didn't have that experience in the doors. I couldn't come out as often as I would have liked to, but when I did, people seemed to know who she was, the work that she's done as a federal public servant, and they were grateful for it. I mean, especially the work on the Renters' Bill of Rights. So that wasn't my experience. Perhaps some other folks had that, but folks seem to know Leslie and like her, and I'm excited to be here supporting her. Yeah.
We've been hearing from voters out on the street saying that they want to see some change, some really big issues like the cost of living crisis, housing affordability. Not all that surprising given that it's Toronto. What do you say to voters who say we want change? Why do you have faith in Church in bringing that change about?
Well, as somebody that ran an election that was part of the ballot question was around change for us, it's a topic that's near and dear to my heart. For me, I don't think you can have change for change's sake. For me, I was pushing for change in Milton because I felt very strongly we didn't have the representation we deserved, and I didn't feel that Doug Ford and his government were doing the service that Milton deserved to the families that live there. I don't think you can ask for change just because you've had a certain group in, a certain leader in, a certain party in for a while. Leslie set out a really bold vision for the folks here in Toronto St. Paul's, really exciting one. I think her record speaks for itself. So there are some folks that want change, that's their business. My experience at the doors wasn't that way. I felt good about the conversations that I had about Leslie, about our government and the work that we've done here. And I feel that the results so far, still very early, are reflecting that confidence in her and the work that started and the work that she's going to continue to do.
I know you mentioned you didn't get out door knocking as much as you would have liked, but what did you hear from voters in this riding in particular?
Yeah, so we were talking a little bit of this off air, but for me, I'm hearing a lot of the same things that you just touched on, cost of living, especially for folks that are renting. I mean, it's a pretty tough go that a lot of folks are experiencing right now. I rent myself, so I can attest to it firsthand. So a lot of folks talking about how they want their life at home to be a little bit more affordable. They want to do a little bit better for themselves and their family, and I think that Leslie's shown that she can deliver on that.
Thank you so much.
Sure, my pleasure.
That is Galen Naiju Harris. He is a Leslie Church supporter. He was out there door knocking. We've spoken to a lot of people here that have spent hours, David, volunteering on Church's behalf. As he mentioned, the atmosphere here is pretty positive. Polls are, those numbers are slowly coming in, but every time they do, people are feeling better and better about Church's chances of securing this seat here in Toronto, St. Paul's.
Okay, Ithel, thank you very much. I have unofficial information that I'm getting from some of the campaigns and from what I would call senior organizers inside the election wing of the parties. And so there's apparently some polls that are only now starting to count. There were some issues with the balancing of the ballot count. In terms of like the number you have versus the number of people who voted, and this took a while to reconcile, and so that could be a thing. And it's been suggested to me it could be another 90 minutes before we start to get all of the results in. So we've got that going for us. That means it is almost midnight here now in Ottawa, which means it's almost midnight in Toronto, St. Paul's. It's much later in other parts of the country. And Greg, I don't know if you have any insight. We are still at a point right now where I don't think the total number of votes, let me just go down. We have 10,478 votes counted and in the system. There are 10,787 advance votes that have not been counted yet, to our knowledge, and have not been reported yet into the system. And again, some of this information on the balancing of the ballots, I'm not sure technically how that affects things, but obviously this has been a slow night. And again, the Denny's menu-sized cartoon ballot has been a complicating factor. But we are at a point now, 3.5 hours in, where there's fewer votes counted on day of voting, Greg, than was in advance voting. So this is still with a 6.7-point Leslie Church lead. I don't think anyone can feel comfortable right now.
No, and I think that there's some nervousness around the Liberal folks about this advance poll, because they really, as the campaign went on, they brought more and more folks in from outside the riding. We heard that in one of the earlier interviews. So that obviously would be not helpful. And again, it's been a while since I've been a scrutineer or involved in a poll, but there aren't a lot of people who do this permanently full-time other than, so you're not dealing necessarily with volunteers. There are volunteers there. The parties get to have a scrutineer, which is, I think, a great thing in our democracy, so that everyone has, confidence in the institution. But I've been at some polls where people have not had a lot of training in terms of how to run the poll, and they run into some difficulty, and this is not unusual. As I said earlier, I don't remember a time where I wasn't on this panel, so I think I had a life before that. But I'm sure the results are coming, David.
Yeah, Fred. I'm almost out of questions. This is it's one of those things because it's kind of like just stopped right now. But to have you've done math on countless campaigns, to sit there and still have a bigger bucket of votes waiting to be revealed than the bucket of votes that has been revealed. And I don't know if the Conservatives are hearing the same thing that some of the Liberals are saying to me, that things are going slow, delayed, and it's going to be a bit. I mean, what do you start doing now other than like crack open a beer?
There's nothing to do on the campaign. Obviously, you do have your scrutineers out there, and you have these are volunteers that have been working all day pulling vote. Really? They're still in these campaign offices. No food, maybe they have water, I guess, but they have nothing. They certainly don't have beer with them in the scrutineer area, so they could be stuck there. I remember in 2011. My wife had a similar issue in a polling station she was volunteering in, where they didn't have they have the registry of people who voted, and there was one less ballot cast that they could find.
Right.
So they had to search all the ballot boxes again that evening, and it took a long time to do it. And funny enough, this was in a conservative riding, but a very liberal poll, and we got hammered in it. We did very poorly. The Liberals won. And my wife called me hours after the polls had closed everywhere, and she was quite upset, thinking that we just lost, and we had just been declared by CBC a majority government at the time, so I had to break that news to her. But it's
so she was totally isolated, like had no idea what was happening in the outside world.
She had no idea at all, because your scrutiny, your phones, you can't have your phones in there. You're doing your job, counting the ballots. So that's where we have scrutineers in here. One concern I have here, this is one by-election happening, and Elections Canada still isn't getting this right. There's always issues. I feel like they have one job: to hold the vote, count the vote. They keep adding all these different programs, this different type of GOTV stuff that they try to do. It gets shut down at different times, but it feels like they should really focus on the simplicity of their job and do it well. And that would be my advice to them. I'll just make one other point about the size of the ballot itself. We were talking about it earlier, about how many names are on it and how easy it is to get on. It used to be you had to pay $1,000 to get on a ballot, and that really made it a lot more difficult. These are the same people that run in all of these ridings, this group that's doing this. They were the same names that were in Winnipeg South last year. A Supreme Court or an Alberta court decision ruled that was against the charter, that anyone should have a right to be able to put their name on the ballot. So that removed that obstacle, and that's why it's so easy to get on. I don't believe anyone's actually amended the act or done anything. Elections Canada has just accepted that and have now made it so anyone can just put their name on.
And so if you achieved a certain amount of vote, you got that deposit back?
I'm not, the words deposit, I don't know how that works.
Yeah, because I remember there used to be some sort of shame if your candidate didn't get enough votes to get their deposit back.
Right.
That was a sign that you had a really, really poor campaign.
I believe that could be the money you spend, you get 60% back if you get over like 10%. But I'm not sure about the $1,000 deposit, if that counts.
Okay, I'm trying to do some math here, so bear with me. They are counting, at this rate, about 53 ballots a minute. There's 84,000 people in that riding.
So how long are we staying here for?
Well, that's an open question. We're trying to get Elections Canada on the phone to come on and talk to us and say, what's going on, guys, in polite terms. I'm trying to figure out the next step in my calculation. But essentially, how many hours is 414 minutes?
I hear you looking
Yeah, I know. It's like almost 7 hours. Right?
How many votes are left?
Yeah. Well, there's a maximum of 84,000.
polls.
Yeah. They've counted 10,876 votes at this point in time in 3.5 hours, right? That's 53 ballots a minute. So we don't know what the turnout was. Right. But we know there's another. Well, we're now over. Breaking news. We've now got more votes counted today than were cast in the advanced polls. So we've got that going for us.
Great.
So, oh, look, it just jumped again. Leslie Church has 5,042 votes to Don Stewart's 4,418. It's a 624 vote lead. She has 42.7% of the vote to 37.4% of the vote. So we're now down to 5.3% as the lead. The NDP is at 12.7%, the Green Party at 3.1%, and the People's Party is barely ahead of an independent candidate named Mario Stocco. Maybe Mario's available, wants to come on and have a chat about why they did this to this ballot. The Right Nostrils Party, Sean Carson, has 18 votes. But yeah, I mean, this is an interesting thing that if you can see, and protest is an important part, Mel, of democratic, the process too, right? But if you can imagine now an election night where you get even a fraction of this in a bunch of key battleground ridings across the country, and that's going to be multiple days before you get that kind of a result. It's an interesting, I don't know if you need to go back to the $1,000 Fred was talking about, but a bar of some sort to get on the ballot is a conversation maybe.
Well, an interesting balance, right? You obviously want to make it as accessible as possible so that people who don't necessarily look like the folks who are in the House of Commons right now feel like they can put their name forward and run to represent their community. So that's super important. But, and again, right to protest, super important. But if you start if folks don't want to be part of the process, or if folks start seeing issues instead of seeing, that they should be participating in our electoral process, I don't think you're making a point, right? I think you're just making it so that people maybe shut the TV or turn the channel instead, which is obviously not at all the goal. I don't think of this group, and I don't think should be the goal of anybody, because I think, people participating in our elections is super important. So we should be, all of us should be helping people participate instead of change the channel.
Yeah, so Greg, the other thing we have going for us is La Salle-Mard, Elmwood, Transcona, and maybe Halifax. So maybe we can have like 3 more by-elections where this sort of thing is happening. And I'm going to try to get a bar fridge put into the studio because,
cool.
Or at least a coffee maker.
I'm pretty excited to be on the first episode of Cochrane After Dark.
We're 12 seconds away from midnight, buddy. Yeah.
I think about one of the communities you mentioned there is Halifax, a large number of universities. So if this is at a time when the schools are in, there'll be questions around who is eligible to vote in the by-election. So these are things that Elections Canada are being given a lot of heads up on. One of the things that I participated in when I was a university student was being an enumerator. And the 2 parties that finished in the top 2 got to appoint people who went door to door to put you on the voters list. And that has gone the way of the dodo.
Yeah.
But when we are talking about trying to get more people interested in voting, having 2 people come to your door, and they're, you were, in terms of making sure that you weren't going to skip a neighborhood that was, bad for your candidate, et cetera, you had that check and balance there. But it also did identify for people that there was a by-election coming, there was an election coming, and it gave them a chance to have an updated voters list. So I do think there are some things that we've thrown out, like, the minimum deposit, like scrutiny, enumeration, that might be worth a second look.
Yeah, I'm getting lots of helpful texts from people who appear on Power Politics throughout the week. Jamie Ellerton suggests that we turn this into a spontaneous cross-country checkup and just start taking calls. The call we are trying to get is with Elections Canada. We're told they're not going to be doing an interview, but they will be sending us a statement to explain what's going on. But they have been counting for 3.5 hours. It's now midnight. It is the second day of this by-election count here in Ontario. 11,805 votes of the 84,934 registered electors have been counted. Does not include electors who registered on election day, so the number could actually be higher. We don't know. I mean, I can't imagine they're going to blow over that number, but we're about 45% of the polls are reporting now, Fred, 87 of 192. So again, without the advanced polls, without those numbers, we're kind of stuck in quicksand here. The one clear outcome we can give you is that the Florida Panthers won the Stanley Cup, 2-1 victory over the Edmonton Oilers in Game 7. Connor McDavid won the Conn Smythe. I believe he would be the first member of a losing team to win the Conn Smythe since maybe Jean-Sebastien Giguère, I believe, the goalie for the Washington Capitals, was it? Or was that, who was he with? Ron Hextall is the first I remember winning it, when Ron Hextall was the goalie for the Philadelphia Flyers when I was a much younger man. They're fact-checking my ear on this. I'm just musing. It's just hockey talk after dark. This is what happens. Anyway, Fred, Reggie Leach in 1976, I'm told, won the Conn Smythe. I was 3. I was the same age as Logan when he started worrying about deficit and inflationary spending. All right, hang on now. We got one more election update here. With 87 of 192, this is from the CBC Decision Desk. With 87 of 192 of the polls reporting, Liberal Leslie Church maintains a lead of 624 votes, but there are still 10,000 advance votes to be counted. So we don't know exactly how much longer this is going to take, though I had heard 90 minutes from someone connected with one of the campaigns. So, Fred, what do you want to talk about? What do you got? What do you got for me?
Well, let's talk about the next round of by-elections that are coming up. Halifax is interesting. This is traditionally in the last while, an NDP seat that they held for a long time that the Liberals took.
Is that Megan Leslie's seat originally?
Yeah.
I know she was at Halifax.
Alexa
McDonough before.
Right.
So Liberals won every seat in Nova Scotia in '93, and they lost every seat in '97, which is seared in the consciousness of many a Nova Scotia Liberal.
I feel that from you.
And Alexa won in '97.
Right. And that was held up until 2015. So it'll be interesting, can the NDP regain that seat? I know you guys are going to be playing defense in Elmwood-Transcona, where I think Conservatives can pick up that NDP seat, but it'd be interesting if in Halifax the NDP could take a seat there.
It's an interesting dynamic to look ahead to Elmwood-Transcona, Mel. Here it is, Conservatives and Liberals going down to the deadline here, you know, or going down to the wire here. And it would be Conservatives and New Democrats, right? Like, you know, I think you were talking on one of our last panels that you're seeing the orange team is making some gains at the red team's expense in certain areas, but then losing to the blue team in other areas. Right. And the Conservatives are, like with Pierre Poilievre is in Winnebago or an RV right now, driving through Quebec, you know, hitting swing ridings there. Like they are eating at Bloc territory, Liberal territory, and maybe NDP territory in Elmwood-Transcona.
So I think in different parts of the country, I think that's true. I don't think that that's true in Manitoba right now. I think people, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, but people really like Premier Canoe. They really like Wab Canoe. They really like the way that Wab talks to people, and they see Jagmeet and Wab in Manitoba. What we've seen from either focus groups or from conversations is they don't see Premier Canoe and Jagmeet as being two different things. They see them being the same party. So that actually helps the NDP, the federal NDP, enormously in Manitoba. And the fact that we're seeing I don't know if we've seen Wab Canoe in the riding, but you know, at the nomination meeting, it was a contested nomination meeting. There was a lot of people who put their name forward, which is great to see interest like that. It's great to get that good energy. Daniel's on the ground doing a lot of work in that riding, and we saw cabinet ministers, provincial cabinet ministers there too. So while it may, you know, be one of those elections that, or one of those by-elections that's a little bit closer, I don't. Where I think that would be fair to say in different parts of the country, I think the BC NDP is feeling it a little bit right now. I think, you know, federal NDP seats in BC are definitely feeling that crunch.
There's a whole realignment happening in provincial BC politics.
Totally,
right now.
totally. Which is a
every
whole,
day the United, you know, the football name
yeah.
is losing people to the clear conservative.
Not just
But
elected
again,
people; they're losing their infrastructure. They're losing their organizers.
Their fundraisers, everything. But what's interesting about that is or at least what folks are telling me on the ground, is that merging to the Conservatives is purely based on Pierre Poilievre. It's not a, you know, folks really like what Rustad has to say. They don't necessarily like what Falcon has to say. It is the alignment between the BC Conservatives and the federal Conservatives, which is actually quite fascinating to see that play out in such a big way. And it'll be interesting to see. I can't imagine that, you know, what it looks like from a person living in Ottawa, in Ontario, and not in BC, is it's kind of, you know, these two folks who are sticking in it because of their egos instead of figuring out a way to work together, while one party has lost how many of their sitting members now at this point? It's like quite a bit, and it seems like there's an announcement almost every few days that the next one is coming. And even people who spent a lot of time going after the current BC Conservative leader. So it'll be interesting how that plays out. But how that plays out there, I don't think is a reality in Manitoba at all. So I don't see that by-election being one where the NDP is afraid of losing.
No, okay, that's interesting. But you know, because we have time, when you pull back to the 10,000-foot view, sort of like of national politics, right? Like clearly there is this, you know, as a mood for change nationally, right? You know, this is what the polls have been showing us for a year now, and the fact that, you know, this is, you know, Carolyn Bennett's seat, we can't call it, you know, 3.5 hours after the polls closed, right? Like we had called the Liberal minority government at this point on election night in 2021, I'm pretty sure, right? Like, you know, this is how slow this is going right now. Sorry, Fred, I should have, it's like when Coletto came up for the Liberals, I should have given you a trigger warning. But, you know, you have what is happening in British Columbia, as we've talked about. We mentioned earlier that the mood, the anti-incumbent mood, like in Quebec with Legault sliding to third. You've got Blaine Higgs. There's stuff happening in New Brunswick that is probably making him and Steve Athouse's campaign manager pretty nervous right now. Saskatchewan is a different picture, but you've got Nova Scotia, Greg, just to go back to your home province. Tim Houston has a fixed election date, and now he's like laying the groundwork to go early because it seems he wants to move up his date so that he's running while Justin Trudeau is still Prime Minister.
Absolutely.
And so that he can run against that, and he does not want his campaign overlapping with the federal campaign, because him and Andrew Furey in Newfoundland and Labrador are all set for October 25, which is when the federal campaign is going to be. You're going to see the whole provincial election cycle moved up either to avoid the changes coming, they believe, at the national level, or to take advantage of the anti-incumbent thing that is there by running against the Prime Minister.
Yeah, and in terms of Premier Houston in Nova Scotia, it's kind of interesting. Media there were playing his comments when he introduced the legislation for fixed dates and his comments recently. And it's not a coincidence that that came quickly on the heels of Doug Ford making some noises that he might want an early election as well. You said earlier, and you're accurate, in that Doug Ford's polls are really good right now, but they weren't last year. The Greenbelt controversy, I think, kind of took a knock to the foundation. Yep. I think if I'm working for Doug Ford, I'm watching the public reaction on the Science Centre, the public reaction to the size of his office growth, the size of his cabinet, the largest cabinet in history. And I hear from a lot of Conservatives that they don't think that Doug Ford sounds like a Conservative anymore. So I do think, it would not surprise me. We've got, you mentioned New Brunswick. Also, Scott Moe's had a very rough spring. A lot of issues that came out, with the Speaker in the legislature. I think the same things that they were enjoying about the Prime Minister, decline in polling because of the incumbency, those four premiers could easily be facing very, very soon.
Jean-Sébastien Giguère, by the way, was an Anaheim Ducks. Yeah. People are watching. That's where we are at this stage of the night. But, Fred, it's interesting, though, like Nova Scotia looking to change. We've seen reporting in the Toronto Star from our friend and colleague Robert Benzie and others that Doug Ford's thinking about moving up his election, even though he's got time, because he is apparently, and they are apparently, afraid of what a Poilievre government might do in terms of provincial transfers and the industrial policy investments in, like, the electric vehicle deals that they're doing with the federal government and these companies, and he doesn't want that to deal with in his re-election bid. It's all of this is just destabilizing the normal calendar of political events, right?
Well, that's the. If I was advising the Nova Scotia or Ontario Conservatives, I would 100% be telling them to go before Trudeau leaves. And it's not about being afraid of what Poilievre may do. I think it's more, right now, you can run against Trudeau at the provincial level.
Yeah.
You can run against the Liberal brand.
But Doug Ford doesn't want to do that. Doug Ford works with those guys, right? He loves Chrystia Freeland. Like, he's got a picture of her in his locker in high school, sort of thing.
They flip and flop both the federal Liberals and the Ontario PCs in terms of the relationship with each other. There was times when Trudeau ran against Doug Ford in 2019. The relationship is constantly evolving there. But at the end of the day, he may not directly take on Trudeau, Ford may not, but to get that out of the way when people are still angry at the Liberal brand, it's the time to do it. What they need, though, if they were to do it, they need a reason to do it. They can't just do it like Peterson did, pull the plug 3 years in in the 80s because he thought he could get a majority. You got to be able to say, we need a new election because we need to get this new mandate. Right. The Fixed Election Act, basically all that did, in Canada we used to have a 5-year parliamentary system. We've moved it to a 4-year system.
We Americanized everything.
We did.
Right? Yeah.
There's been 2 prime ministers under that act, and both have broken it.
Yeah.
So I think it was a big mistake, and I would like to see it fully repealed at some point.
Yeah, we had new numbers just up there on the screen that bring us no closer to a resolution to this. But Leslie Church, as you probably all just saw, is at 5,352 votes to Don Stewart's 4,613. Oops, it just flickered here and updated on my screen. She's now at 5,616 votes, Leslie Church is, to Don Stewart's 4,955. Leslie Church's lead is now an even 5 percentage points, and we still do not have the advanced polls, which could obviously change that entire thing. 13,260 votes, 216 votes, have been counted. 95 of 192 polls. We're at 49.48%.
Not even at half.
Not even halfway.
Does that mean we have another 3.5 hours?
It's going to come fast.
I'm going to need a bathroom break at some point. I am 51. Okay, we got an email, Fred, on your comment from Hermina Joldersma. I apologize if I said that wrong. I disagree with your panelist who criticizes Elections Canada with an argument that it's roughly a variant of if we can put a man on the moon. As a person who was second in command running the federal election in the Northwest Territories in 2019, all I can say say is you have no idea what it takes to translate Elections Canada policy into real-life action. That's true for the North, but that's true for different reasons in many different ridings across Canada. It's really amazing that the elections are as accurate and as fair as they are, given the absolute mess that kind of rise in that translation. There are lots and lots of reasons for this, but until Elections Canada is given money for permanent staff at every riding, it ain't going to change. I don't know, Mel, is that the solution, to build out a large elections bureaucracy, or do we just live with this sort of uncertainty?
I appreciate the comment.
Yeah. No one's saying it's easy.
No one's saying it's easy, but I think you kind of just proved Fred's point a little bit that it is. It's not working, right? Like, and we're not saying, I'm not saying it's not working, like elections are not working.
There's a bit
obviously.
of sabotage, right? Deliberate protest sabotage here, right?
There's and the fact that we're unable to get it wrong, and I don't think it's just an Elections Canada fault. I think it's definitely government's fault that they're not putting investment and fixing these things at a higher level. But we saw this, in the last election where people in First Nations didn't have any accessible voting anywhere near where their home communities were, and we're kind of just told, well, you got to drive so many hours away. I think one community was told to drive, and the winter road wasn't built yet, so there's no even ability to go there. So those things are things that we know. Those are not variables that change from election to election. Those are things that are constant, that we should be able to get down, to your point. But I think you're both kind of making the same point, as with the right resources and the right infrastructure, we should be able to do better. And but we're not.
Yeah. So Fred, I'll let you pick up on that point because it was in response to what you said. But I just want to let you know that I'm being told that they've apparently only now opened a box with more than 1,000 advance ballots in it. So the counting of that has to start right now at 12:15 a.m.
So it was the next day.
On the 25th of June. So the advance votes are being counted much later. So I think, well, the bosses will have to make a decision on what we do here, but this feels like we're hours away from having numbers, final numbers.
But to the point of Elections Canada, like, why are they opening up the advance ballots now?
Right. Don't know, man.
Polls closed 4 hours ago. I don't understand the process. If there's a process problem, let's look at fixing the process. I know this is one by-election, but the fact that, again, their job is to hold the vote and to count the vote. I'm making it very simplistic when I say that, but there seems to be issues that keep popping up every election that I think are resolvable, but maybe no one's actually sitting down. Now, I know I've been to all-party meetings with Elections Canada. When I say all-party, I mean all of the 20 fringe parties.
Right.
And there is, Elections Canada does ask for changes that a lot of the political folks, myself included, in the past just didn't listen to. So, maybe they actually do have some of the solutions there, but maybe if a government could take it serious and actually look to make whatever these amendments are to make this a smoother transition.
We have, just to give you an update on the numbers, we have 49.48% of polls reporting, 95 of 192 polls, 13,200 votes have been counted. Leslie Church has a 661 vote lead, if my math is correct, and it probably isn't, but there's so many more ballots to come, and we're 9 days away from the British election. So we may still be here for that.
I'm ready to call that one.
Yeah. I think, there's something to be said for their system. They don't do any announcement until every vote is counted, and then everyone gets up with their ribbons and their button on, and they find out if Count Binface, or whatever he's called now, is able to beat Rishi Sunak. Greg, any insight coming in from your contacts in the Liberal Party on where things stand, where their mood is, or what are they saying about where this is right now?
Well, I will say, thank God you can do math, like budget day, everything else, but I have Leslie Church up 711 votes.
The number's just updated from when I did that. Okay. I have her now at 711, 42.5 to 37.4.
I know there's people at home on the edge of their seat, so I wanted to make sure I gave that.
No, it's important we give you this drip by drip.
To Fred's earlier point about all those extra names, this is one of those things where I'm sure that there was somebody who said in reaction to, was it a court case that this is why it's proceeded this way? That someone said there was going to be unintended consequences here. And I don't think anybody would have foreseen this because, if I was to look at this, most people, in most ridings there was always maybe a handful of people that ran at most for independent. It was not a big thing. No one saw it as a protest thing. And it's unfortunate that it's kind of gumming up the democratic works. I mean, we're a pretty modern country. This is not going to set us back. And you think about some of the other elections in the world and how hard they have to work to maintain democracy. I sound a little bit like Pollyanna there. But, I'm sure that there was somebody in a room somewhere that said, I don't think this is a good idea, and here's why. And now, in kind of a retroactive sort of way, they'll try to prevent this from happening. But I'm betting that we will see this happen in the next couple of by-elections as well. It'll be a while before they can turn this around.
So just a little bit of more insight on future by-elections. I'm being reminded that the Halifax by-election, Andy Fillmore, who is going to run for mayor of Halifax, is going to resign his seat. Probably won't resign until the fall, and then the Prime Minister will have 180 days to call that by-election an independent, so that's going to happen for a bit. But John Aldag in BC, in Cloverdale, Langley City. Remember, he is a Liberal who picked that seat up in 2021 in one of the, sorry Fred, in one of the surprise, better than expected results in the BC Lower Mainland, I think we can say, for the Liberals in 2021, leaving to run for the NDP in British Columbia to seek a nomination there. Speaking of how British Columbia politics is realigning itself. So look, you've got Elmswood, Transcona, you've got La Salamard, we'll have Cloverdale, Langley City, and then at some point Halifax, right, as well.
So the interesting thing with Halifax, it brought me back to a thought or a memory. I think in 2015 it was, we had to call a by-election, and I believe we called it for about 6 or 7 months because we were going into a general election soon, the fixed election date. So you can do that too. The Prime Minister has to call it, but I don't believe there is a limit on how long the by-election can be. Now, that did change, though, after 15 because of the 76-day campaign. So maybe there is a new law, so maybe you can't do that. So we may have to have the Halifax by-election just months before the general.
I think it's longer than the general election. I think it's longer than 45 days, but there is, I think, a cap of when it can be. I'll look that up.
Well, we've got time, Mel. You can probably finish an undergraduate level paper on this before we get it.
I feel like it's 6 months.
It has to be called within 180 days.
But I don't.
It has to be held within that time frame as well.
I don't think there's when it has to be held.
Right. No, I thought there was two. That, for example, this is the issue with David Lamedi's seat, that they have to call it by the end of July, and then it has to be held by basically the middle of September. So sort of when Parliament is due to come back on around the 16th of September, we'll probably be having a by-election in Lamedi's seat, in La Salamard, and probably in Elmswood Transcona at the same time, which will also sort of overlap with summer caucus meetings for the various, and the cabinet retreat, which, the next reset, right? These sorts of things. So, okay, is this a statement I'm reading on my phone here? It looks like this is a statement from Elections Canada that producer Meg Banks has sent me. Given the unusual size of the ballot in today's by-election in Toronto St. Paul's, our counting and reporting processes have been slower. Counting will continue until it is completed. We thank everyone for their patience. So there you go. Those of us, we came on the air after the puck was dropped in the hockey game, and we are still going long after the Conn Smythe has been awarded and all of the laps have been done. And I would say the champagne has been drunk in the dressing room there. Leslie Church's lead is getting larger. We know some of the advance votes have been counted, but we don't know how many. Many haven't been. So it's going to be difficult to call it. So just to let you know, we may wrap this soon. We have no real clarity on when we're going to get these answers, and you may just have to tune in to CBC Television and Radio in the morning to get the results, because it's going on 4 hours since we started this, and where we are in terms of the counting, we're just over halfway. We've got 55%. We just had a jump of about 4% percentage points in the total. So we're at 106 of 192 polls reporting. Leslie Church's lead remains at 5 percentage points, 62-62 to 55-33 over Don Stewart, who we saw earlier mingling at his headquarters. The NDP in third place, Amrit Parhar at 1,885 votes, which is 12.8% of the votes, and then the Greens well back at 465 votes, just 3.2 percentage points. So what we're seeing is unless the advance vote swings very heavily conservative, Fred, Leslie Church has a lead, but it's small. It's under the Ignatieff line that we were talking about right now. It's just 5 percentage points. And you know, in soccer, there are some ties that feel like a win and some ties that feel like a loss. This is narrow, and I know the Liberals have been saying a win is a win, but you know, this is really tight, and that it could get tighter depending on where advance goes. With Greg's intel that they're a little bit worried about it, and could even swing the other way. Remarkable that this is Carolyn Bennett's seat where she will get 50% of the vote.
Toronto, St. Paul's, downtown Toronto. The fact that the Conservatives are within 5 percentage points is amazing. This is a big win for the Conservatives to be in that realm. Unless, of course, Trudeau looks at these numbers and decides to walk, then maybe it's a big loss for the Conservatives, because that's the opponent they want. At least I think it is. But if I was a Liberal MP in the 416 and especially in the 905, that ring that surrounds Toronto, I would not be feeling very good right now, and I would be trying to map out my post-political career.
Just to answer the question, we could not answer. My bureau chief, Chris Carter, sent me this. It's the government is responsible for calling federal elections a by-election. You got the? Do you want to do it?
Do you want me to read it?
You did the research.
Yeah.
You
So it needs to be called within 11 to 180 days, and it then needs to be between 36 and 50 days. So it does have that date.
So it has.
But there's a but.
Okay.
If it's within 9 months of a general election, there's no by-election. So depending on when Andy Fulmer resigns his seat, and has the MP for Cloverdale Langley City resigned yet?
He says he's going to, because there's the provincial election is going to be in the fall,
September.
so he has to.
So depending,
yeah,
that could make things interesting. They may not go.
So just game that out. If Andy Fillmore waits until, say, October 1st, this is a round number, before he resigns to run municipally, 6 months from there is November, December, January, February, March, April. You're within 9 months of the October date. You may not have that Halifax by-election, depending on what you do, right? Am I doing the math right?
When he resigns.
Oh,
so
okay. His resignation has to be within 9 months.
Within 9 months.
See, everything about elections is simple in this country.
Unclear if it's when an election is called or election date. So if an election is called, you know, beginning of September. Pardon?
Sorry.
But like, if an election is called, is it 9 months until October 19th? Is it 9 months until September? You know what I mean? Like, there could be different calculations.
Well, the election's going to be in the March, April, May window of next year. Anyway,
no, it's not. No, it's not, because we're hosting the G7. And there's no way Canada is going to have the G7 in Kananaskis in May or June and call an election and send the President of the United States and the Prime Ministers of
It's in May or June?
The G7 is always in the spring, early summer of the year. Always. The only time.
Then it's the March, April timeline we're going to have an election.
You think? Before the budget?
Well, the budget's not going to pass. Why would the NDP support a budget next year?
Okay.
6 months before the general election? There's no way.
Yeah, we'll see.
Crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, October 20th right now is the date for the next election. October 27th, if the NDP get their way, but the New Democrats are trying to get that amended to move it back. So here's what's going on. It's going to be hours. We're not going to stay on for hours. We've been on for hours. So we're going to get off the air, I think, in about 3 minutes, is my understanding. We're just going to kind of... okay.
You slackers.
I know.
I'm going to sit through Christmas, and then I'm going to... Wait, sorry, I mixed that up.
Right. Wrong place.
I know. All right. So look, here's what we're going to do. I want to let Chris Glover and Ithel off the hook. So we're going to go to Chris Glover first, and then Ithel, to just check in with them to get their final thoughts on where things stand, to give us the latest temperature check, vibe check from where they are. So Chris, why don't you get us started? Where are things at Down Swords HQ?
Well, David, it's too bad that you're not sticking around with us, because they just finally put us on the TV here. The last stragglers who are here tonight are glued to it. Hockey's gone, and now they're watching our special finally. But in all seriousness, most of the people at this party have gone home now. Some of the ones that I talked to kind of listened to Don Stewart and left with a little bit of optimism, hoping that they're going to wake up tomorrow with a surprise win based off what the advanced polling comes through with. Others in the room, though, listening to Jenny Byrne, who was telling me right at the beginning of the night, before we even got one vote, that the thing was lost, that they weren't going to win. But certainly certainly even those folks who think that they may have lost this riding tonight, there's still a lot of optimism for what the swell of support here through the campaign, even if this is as tight as it is, that's going to buoy them through the next general election and help nearby candidates and nearby ridings. That's certainly the message that I'm hearing from a lot of the folks who are at the party tonight.
All right, Chris, and our apologies to the Conservatives who are there, but maybe a glimpse into the future of it signing off right as they're starting to watch it. Chris, thank you so much for sticking with us. We'll check back with you as we know more on this. Ithel, Musa, your final thoughts from Leslie Church's HQ.
Well, you know, it's still packed here, David, I have to say. There's a real celebratory mood as those poll numbers keep coming in. You know, at the beginning of the night, people were cautiously optimistic, and now it really feels that, it feels like Leslie Church may hold on to this riding as a Liberal stronghold. As you can hear, people are cheering as the night is progressing. I think the hope is that she will win this riding. The numbers seem to bear that out. You know, we're just, it feels like we're just kind of getting started. So we're going to be here probably for a few more hours, but people are very, very hopeful that this riding will stay red tonight.
Okay, Ithel, thank you so much, and thank you to you and Chris for your patience and your endurance this evening as we are signing off now without a result. I'm David Cochrane. You can get the results tomorrow on CBC Radio, CBC Television, and on our webpage. I'm sorry. Okay. And there you have. That's the latest numbers that we have. Leslie Church with a 750 vote lead over Don Stewart, but with many thousands of more ballots to be counted more than 4 hours after the polls have closed. So we're going to say goodbye. I'm David Cochrane. I'm the host of Power Politics. Thank you for tuning in. Fred Delory, Greg McEachern, and Melanie Richer, and the crew working behind the scenes have been here with us in this epic Waiting for Godot by-election special that we've done here. So thank you very much. Tune in tomorrow for Power Politics. I'm away tomorrow. Catherine Cullen's going to be hosting. You can get the full results and analysis from Catherine and the rest of the team. Thanks so much, gang. Talk to you soon.